Chapter 119. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Over here. Chu Yang led Tai Butian and the others to the prison. When they reached the door, Chu Yang, Tai Butian, and the two shadows walked in. The others stayed outside. The prison was not dark and damp, it was dry and clean. In the corner, there was an iron pillar as thick as a person's waist. Tang Xian Sheng's whole body was shackled and tied to it. When he saw Chu Yang come in, he even showed a peaceful smile. It was as if being tied to this pillar was as comfortable as lying on a bed at home. The people of Heaven Mending Pavilion had already restored his original appearance. He now had the appearance of a 30-something-year-old handsome scholar. Tai Butian slowly walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tang Xian Sheng for a long time without blinking. Tang Xian Sheng smiled warmly, just like when he was talking to Tai Butian in court. Official Tang, what is your relationship with Diwu Qingro? Tai Butian walked to the table in the center and slowly sat down. He did not ask if you are a spy, but directly asked about your relationship with Diwu Qingro. This could give people the misconception that we already have a complete grasp of your situation, so there's no need to deny it. Your Highness is taking things for granted by asking this question. Tang Xian Sheng chuckled. I, Tang Xian Sheng, may be a prisoner, but I am not someone who will be forced to confess. So you are really a spy from Great Zhao? Tai Butian closed his eyes. I don't want to admit it. When you first tried to trick me, I also wanted to deny it. Haha. I can only say that my temperament is not good enough. Tang Xian Sheng smiled freely. Since it has come to this, how can I still deny it? Tai Butian sighed and said, Official Tang, you are very capable and have many tricks up your sleeve. I have always respected you and thought highly of you. I even thought that if one day the world was at peace, I would appoint you as the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud. Ha! I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that I would be deceived by you for 10 years. Tai Butian's words were very sincere. Even Tang Xian Sheng, who was tied to the iron pillar, was silent for a while. He remembered the harmonious relationship between the monarch and his minister. He sighed and said, His Highness has indeed treated me well. However, the two countries are at war, and each has his own master. This Tang also sighs endlessly. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, This Tang's biggest advantage was that when I entered Iron Cloud, your Highness was still young and could not see through this Tang's disguise. By the time your Highness grew up, everything was already set in stone. Thus, I was able to stay in Iron Cloud for 10 years. If it was the current Butian Tai, I'm afraid he would have been caught on the first day. After saying that, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Your Highness is wise and far-sighted, and you have the world in your heart. You are a mighty lord of your generation. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Against Diwu Qingro, any genius can only end up turning into ashes. Diwu Qingro? Tai Butian took a deep breath and spoke in a sentimental tone. However, there was a sharp glint in her eyes. Diwu Qingro is indeed an ambitious and ruthless person, and it's precisely because of this that I need to know everything that you know, Lord Tang. I will not say. Your Highness should also know that such an answer would lead to such a result. Tang Xian Sheng smiled warmly and said, Your Highness, please take into account that I have not caused any great losses to Iron Cloud. The current me has not made any mistakes. I ask your Highness to preserve some dignity for me. Dignity. Tai Butian's expression changed. It seemed that he was conflicted, but in the end he sighed softly. He stood up and walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He walked to the entrance of the hall and said casually, Let him speak. After he finished speaking, he waved at Chu Yang and walked out without looking back. This Butian Tai finally showed his iron-blooded side. Chu Yang also followed him out and stood side by side with Tai Butian in front of the eaves. He could feel that right now, Tai Butian's heart was not feeling good. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the cell. Then Tang Xansheng's tragic roar could be heard. "Kill me!" "Ah, ah." Then came a series of screams. Tang Xansheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tai Butian, you use such despicable means to torture a strong person. Don't you feel ashamed? I just want a dignified death. You won't even give it to me?" Tai Butian stood quietly. His jade-like face did not have the slightest expression. "Senior Chu, I feel very sorry for this person." Tai Butian clasped his hands behind his back and said quietly, "I used to admire his ability." Chu Yang rolled his eyes behind his mask and said, "That is natural. An enemy that can make us feel sorry is the most terrifying enemy. If the enemy can make us look down on him, then we do not need to go to such lengths." "That's right." Tai Butian nodded slightly and said, "Torturing a strong person, a wise person, is really not my intention. However, I must know what he knows. If not, I would rather give him a quick death. I am also very willing to give him a quick death." Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, "In this world, some things cannot be forced, and some people, even if you break all their bones, they will not say a word. Tang Xansheng is such a person. When I first caught him, I did not have the slightest hope of prying open his mouth. I am afraid you will be disappointed." Tai Butian was silent. After a while he said, "Not necessarily. Those two guards of mine are practically from hell, so I'm very confident in their methods. It is just that, for Tang Xansheng, it is a bit cruel." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Hua, you can wait and see." Tai Butian smiled gently and said, "Minister Chu, do you want to make a bet with me?" Chu Yang smiled. "Could it be that your highness is a gambler? What kind of bet?" "Let's bet on whether Tang Xansheng will speak or not." Tai Butian said, "I bet that if I win, will Minister Chu stay in Iron Cloud, no matter when. I hope to create a prosperous Iron Cloud with you." As he said this, Tai Butian turned his head and looked at Chu Yang, his eyes full of sincerity. Tai Butian had always been brooding over the conversation he had with Chu Yang. It was a loss for such a talent to not stay in Iron Cloud forever. Chu Yang's performance during this period of time proved this point even more. Now, Tai Butian was clearly making another effort. "You will be disappointed again." Chu Yang faintly smiled. Then he shifted his gaze away and said, "Well, I'll bet. But if I win, I want to go to the Imperial Palace's medicine storehouse and treasure storehouse to pick some things." Chu Yang had always remembered Mo Ching Wu's injury and half a heavy pill. Chu Yang's condition seemed to be incomparable to Tai Butian's condition, but both of them knew that this was what they cared about the most at the moment. "Yes, good. It's a deal." Tai Butian was overjoyed. He raised his palm, obviously wanting to make an oath. Chu Yang looked at Tai Butian's palm and his heart skipped a beat. Tai Butian's palm was white, slender, and slender. Moreover, it was almost 2 sizes smaller than his own palm. Was this still a man's palm? Tai Butian saw Chu Yang staring at his hand, and his expression changed. He unconsciously said with some annoyance, "Are you going to bet or not? Why are you in a daze?" Chu Yang immediately came back to his senses. He smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to meet Tai Butian's. Bang! The two soldiers' palms collided with each other. When their palms touched, Chu Yang only felt that Tai Butian's palm was extremely soft and smooth. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Your Highness really takes good care of yourself." Tai Butian was startled. He retracted his hand at lightning speed and snorted. He said in a slightly rough voice, "I won't regret it even if I die. Minister Chu, don't go back on your word." Chu Yang laughed out loud. He then said with certainty, "I won't lose." The two of them looked at each other. Tai Butian looked at the sinister mask on Chu Yang's face and smiled. "Minister Chu, Is it effective to be so mysterious? Chu Yang chuckled and didn't answer. He asked instead, what do you think? All arrangements will not be made without aim. Tai Butian laughed. After a long time, the moans in the cell became weaker and weaker. However, they were connected and trembling. After a while, a shadow floated out. His face was dark and his eyes were filled with fury. How is it? Tai Butian didn't turn around and asked confidently, I can't pry open his mouth. The shadow was somewhat ashamed. Huh. Tai Butian turned around in shock. You're not saying anything. The shadow nodded. There was anger in his eyes and a hint of admiration. He said, I have never seen such a tough bone in my life. Tai Butian fell silent and said, let's go in and take a look. They walked to the door of the cell and looked inside. Even Chu Yang, who had a heart of stone, couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. These two shadows were really from hell. Tang Xian Sheng inside was no longer in human form. Tang Xian Sheng's body did not have any open wounds, but his veins were bulging out of his skin like little snakes slithering all over his body. Two of his veins were squeezed together as if they had a life of their own, squirming and slowly tightening until they were able to break his bones. The sound of cracking could be heard. Tang Xian Sheng's eyes were bulging like bells. He couldn't shout or moan. However, his eyes occasionally returned to normal and were full of mockery. Yin Yang Thunderbolt Bone, Splitting Hand. Chu Yang's heart was heavily shaken. This was the cruelest punishment in the world. The person who was subjected to it would feel 100 times worse than death. There was no one in the world who could endure this kind of punishment, and this Tang Xian Sheng had actually endured it. At this moment, Chu Yang felt heartfelt admiration for this spy's tough bone. Although he was an enemy, this kind of hero was rare in the world. Tai Butian's face flushed red. A layer of fine goosebumps could be clearly seen. He gritted his teeth and asked, Is there any other way? The two shadows were silent, but they shook their heads at the same time. Chapter 120. There was another way. One of them, Ingwu said in a low voice, but it's not human, it's an insult. But it might not be able to. If inhumane does not work, then why should we insult such a good man? Chu Yang coldly snorted and interrupted. Don't say any more. Tai Butian frowned and said decisively. He and Chu Yang spoke almost at the same time. The two shadows stepped back expressionlessly. Ugh. Tai Butian looked at Feng Shui's miserable state and retched. He waved his hand and said, Minister Chu is right. Let's give him a quick death. We have many ways to deal with Diwu Qingro. We have no choice but to torture him. Why should we insult such a good man? Kill him? What a pity. Chu Yang did not agree. Even if he was raised as bait, he would still be a treasure. Kill him. Tai Butian sighed. How can we bear to humiliate such a good man? There are some things that he can do even if he is dead. The key is how we do it. There is no need to torture a hero. Since His Highness has decided, then let's give him a quick death. Chu Yang nodded and took out his dagger. He slowly walked in front of Tang Xian Sheng. His heart was also inclined to give Tang Xian Sheng a quick death. But for the sake of the big plan, he had to keep him alive. Since Tai Butian had said so, Chu Yang did not insist. Looking at Tang Xian Sheng, Chu Yang said softly, Why don't you kill yourself? Tang Xian Sheng could not speak, but his eyes revealed a proud expression. He did not need to say anything. Chu Yang already understood. Such pride, such a proud person, such a proud bone, would rather be tortured to death by the enemy than commit suicide. His life would not end in his own hands. Chu Yang nodded and used his wrist to stab Tang Xian Sheng's heart. He said softly, Rest in peace. In the next life, we will be enemies again. A trace of gratitude flashed in Tang Xian Sheng's eyes. Then he revealed a calm smile. At the moment of his death, he miraculously opened his mouth. fifth has an opponent. Unfortunately, I can't see it." His head tilted to the side, and he passed away. His lifeless body stopped spasming and slowly laid flat on the ground. His originally distorted face miraculously regained its composure, and he even vaguely retained his original elegance and warmth. Chu Yang sighed. A hero should not be humiliated. But this time he did not know if killing Tang Xansheng was right or wrong. His value alive was much greater than dead. "Good man official Tang, I should not have used you as a bet." Tai Butian looked at Tang Xansheng's body and solemnly said, "If you have a next life, I hope to be able to be your servant." Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly raised his head. He could tell that Tai Butian's words were truly from the bottom of her heart. Everyone would respect such a good man, but it was unusual for Tai Butian to say so. Just this sentence alone showed that Tai Butian was one level lower than Diwu Qingru. After all, he was not an ambitious and ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goals. First, he gave Tang Xansheng a quick death. Now he felt sorry for him. Killing people was cruel, but for Tang Xansheng it was a good thing. Thirsting for talent was a good thing, but thirsting for talent from the enemy was digging one's own grave. This kind of mentality was a good thing for people, but for a weak ruler in a war between two countries, it was not necessarily a good thing. Don't worry. Our enemies, even if they are heroes of the great Liao, should be killed. Tai Butian smiled as if he had seen through Chu Yang's thoughts. He explained, "I will not be merciful, but I must show enough respect to my enemies." Chu Yang smiled and said, "That's right. I thought His Highness was going to renege on his promise." He thought to himself, perhaps this is the charm of Tai Butian's personality. After all, he and Diwu Qingru are different people. Ahahaha. Tai Butian naturally knew that Chu Yang was trying to calm her down. She smiled and said, "Minister Chu, don't worry. I am a man of my word." As she spoke, she walked out and said, "Bury Tang Xansheng. Don't let anyone know." There were only two people waiting outside, Qin Ong and Qin Yutong. The two of them complied and went to do the job. Tai Butian walked in silence for a while. Then she suddenly turned her head and asked Chu Yang, "Tang Xansheng is dead. What about his family?" Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, "According to my guess, Tang Xansheng's family may not be his real family. A person like him would not do such a stupid thing. Now, if the people in the house are gone, then it is real. If they are still there, then it must be fake." Tai Butian nodded and said, "That's right. Investigate." Not long after, the investigator replied, "Tang Xansheng's son and wife are at home." "Minister Chu, do you think—" Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang with an inquiring gaze. Chu Yang sighed in his heart and said, "They can't die yet. The news of Tang Xansheng's death must be kept a secret. Keep their mother alive. Whether it is true or not, we can make Diwu Qingru fall into a trap. Of course, if Diwu Qingru send someone to pick them up, then they must be kept alive or killed. But if they don't come, then it will be proven to be fake. At that time, it will be up to them." Tai Butian walked out a few steps. Facing the cold wind, he took a deep breath. Obviously, the cruel scene in the prison made this pampered Tai Butian uncomfortable. It was already very good that he could endure it. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. "Minister Chu, do you think that if we release the news that Tang Xansheng is in our hands, Diwu Qingru will send someone to save him?" Chu Yang chuckled. The current Tai Butian had finally returned to normal. He was no longer the soft-hearted Tai Butian from before. And after he recovered, the first thing he thought of was to use this matter to attack his opponent. The news will be released. Whether Diwu Qingru will come to save him or not, I can't say for sure. But Tang Xansheng must have been the most important part of Diwu Qingru's plan. This is beyond doubt. Chu Yang revealed a mysterious smile. Then he sighed, Unfortunately, he is dead now. Tai Butian paced 2 steps in silence and said, "There is news from the border. Diwu Qing Ro ordered the 5 legions in the north of Great Zhao to advance 100 miles. They are in a standoff with our army. Their swords are drawn. Because of this matter, Royal Uncle Longcheng has already rushed to the front lines this afternoon." Tai Butian pondered and said, "Diwu Qing Ro hasn't made any moves. But now the 5 legions have suddenly been mobilized. Could it be related to Tang Ascension?" Chu Yang's heart shook. He suddenly remembered the note that Diwu Qing Ro wrote to Tang Ascension. The scribbled words. Could Diwu Qing Ro be mobilizing his army for Tang Ascension? Chu Yang's heart was moved. If this is the case, then my plan has a high chance of success. Tai Butian did not know that Chu Yang had intercepted Diwu Qing Ro's secret letter, but he still raised this question. Even though his tone was questioning, there was also some certainty. Then, Tai Butian clearly saw through this point. Looking at Chu Yang's confident appearance, Tai Butian's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Minister Chu seems to be in some trouble right now. Do you want me to send 2 people to protect you? The enemy is full of experts. We cannot afford to be careless." "No need." Chu Yang refused. His eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He wanted to agree. Tai Butian said to send 2 people. Chu Yang naturally knew who he wanted to send. Right now, the air seemed to be heavy. If Tai Butian was willing to send people to help, then this crisis could be averted. At least, it would not be so dangerous. But Chu Yang also clearly knew that Tai Butian's safety was more important than his own. If Diwu Qing Ro sent people and found Tai Butian's guards by his side, then Tai Butian would be in danger. Besides, there was another important reason. The heart of a strong warrior. If he accepted the protection this time, from a psychological point of view, it would mean that he was being protected and he would lose his fearless spirit. This would cause an inner demon to form when he was trying to reach the peak. No matter what, no matter how strong the enemy was, he had to face it first. If he did not even face it, then his state of mind would really be destroyed. The heart of a strong warrior was to be fearless of everything. Chu Yang revealed a hint of a conceited smile. Life and death were not worth mentioning in front of such a mentality. The path of a strong warrior was filled with life and death difficulties at every step. Did he have to rely on Tai Butian every single time? Tai Butian looked at the divine light in Chu Yang's eyes that flashed with the desire to test the world. A hint of splendor also flashed across her eyes. She sighed softly and said no more. Not long after Tai Butian left, Wu Qianshan walked out of King of Hell Chu's room with a piece of paper in her hand. Those who saw it shuddered violently in their hearts. This time, who are they going to deal with? This is the name of several clans. Wu Qianshan handed the piece of paper to Chang'an and said, "The minister said that no matter what method was used, no matter how much manpower and resources were used, these people must be completely controlled. But don't make a move and don't alert them." Chang'an took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately turned bitter. There were more than a dozen names on the paper. There were also a few clans. Chang'an felt like the world was spinning. To do this with only 40 or so people from Fierce Blood Hall was too difficult. This time, Heavenly Secret Hall will cooperate with Fierce Blood Hall. Wu Qianshan's next sentence made Chen Yutong, who was laughing on the side, turn pale. Chang'an and Chen Yutong looked at each other and sighed. "Brothers, we are in the same boat." The names on the paper belonged to the people who provided Tang Ascension with proof. In other words, they belonged to Tang Ascension's faction. From the moment Tang Ascension entered Jingguan City, all of them had been captured in one fell swoop on this piece of paper. Also, tell Hall Leader Qin to quickly deliver the things Minister Chu wants. Wu Qianshan finished speaking and left. Chen Yutong was stunned for a moment. Then he jumped up as if his boat was on fire and rushed back to Heavenly Secret Hall. Immediately after, his flustered and exasperated voice rang out, "Hey, last time, how much have you collected? Hurry up and bring it to me." A moment later, Chun Yu Tong walked into Chu Yang's room with a thick stack of documents and a fawning smile on his face. "Minister, ha! Minister, ha!" Chun Yu Tong nodded his head and bowed. This comical appearance made Wu Qianqian laugh out loud. She simply leaned on the table. "How much?" Chu Yang asked without lifting his eyelids. "A total of 37, haha." Chun Yu Tong laughed dryly and wiped his cold sweat. Chapter 121. Much better. You see. Mo Ching Wu blinked her eyes. Then she stretched out her hand and kicked her leg. She flaunted her martial prowess and excitedly said, "Look, it's all better, right?" Yes, that's great." Then he coughed twice. Then he said in a patient manner, "This Ching Wu my name is Mo Xiao Wu." Mo Ching Wu puffed her cheeks and rolled her eyes. "Uncle Chu Yang is so bad. You even remembered my name wrong." "You're Xiao Wu?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Is Ching Wu your elder sister?" Chu Yang was a little confused. "Did I get it wrong?" "I don't have an elder sister." "Humph." Mo Ching Wu rolled her eyes and said, "Ching Wu is my full name. Mother said that I can only be called Ching Wu after I'm 15. Now I'm Xiao Wu. Do you understand? All the girls in the big clans are like this. Don't you know?" Little Luo put her hands on her hips and looked at Chu Yang with her head tilted. She looked at Chu Yang with disdain for making such a big deal out of nothing. Chu Yang was sweating. He was nervous and forgot about this matter. The daughters of the big clans were usually given names at birth, but they would only be officially given names when they reached the age of 30. It was only when they reached the age of 30 that these girls would be officially known by outsiders, or they would walk the martial world. Or, from then on, the clan would start to look for their future husband, of course. This was only the case for the outstanding daughters of the clan. Moreover, they would usually choose to marry into the family. Some girls with poor aptitude were basically betrothed at birth. They would become the tool of the clan's alliance through marriage, and would help the clan strengthen the clan, and Mo Ching Wu's 3-yin meridian was destroyed. If she returned to the clan after the Mo clan confirmed that she could not be cured, she would probably be reduced to a tool of marriage. Chu Yang looked at this little girl and felt a headache, but more than that he felt heartache. The current Ching Wu was innocent. How would she know the pain of being born in a big clan and being the daughter of the clan head? If she were to go back and face all those cruel things, would she break down? Thinking of the sadness on Mo Ching Wu's face in his previous life, Chu Yang's heart ached. No matter what, he could not let Ching Wu suffer that kind of pain again. "Xiao Wu, can you stay?" Chu Yang held Mo Ching Wu's small hand and asked softly, "Look, there are mountains and rivers here, and there are also people. There are many fun things to do here. When we are free, I will take you out to watch juggling, eat candied haws, and find many sisters to accompany you. Not good." Mo Ching Wu pouted and said, "I miss father and mother. I want to be with father, mother, and grandpa and grandma. Uncle Chu Yang, are you going to separate Xiao Wu from her parents?" Little Luo pouted angrily and said, "Uncle Chu Yang, you're so bad." "Must." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He had calculated and calculated, but he had neglected to take into account the little girl's dependence and admiration towards her parents. Right now, Mo Ching Wu was at her happiest and most blissful moment in her parents' hands. How could she leave? Before this, her aptitude was so good that she was doted on by her family. How would she know that just because she came out to play once and got a little injured, it would completely destroy her talent? Then, how about we change the way we address each other? Chu Yang asked tentatively, "Xiao Wu, how old is your second brother?" 21 years old. My second brother is very good. Emo Chinguo smiled sweetly. Look, I am only 10.5 years old this year, not even 17 years old. Your second brother is so much older than me. Chuyang said, How can you call me uncle? When your second brother comes here, do you want him to call me uncle too? Wouldn't that be a mess? Don't you think so? Do you want me to call your second brother uncle too? That doesn't make sense, right? Chuyang pursed his lips. He naturally couldn't agree to Emo Chinguo calling him uncle. But if Emo Tianji called him uncle, damn. Even if he called me grandfather or ancestor, I would agree. The little girl stared with her big round eyes and said, Yes, you are younger than my second brother. How can I call you uncle? Yes. Chuyang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, So you can't call me Uncle Chuyang. You should call me Brother Chuyang. Emo Chinguo bit her finger and looked at Chuyang suspiciously. She said, But I feel that you are up to no good. You definitely have an ulterior motive. Chuyang sweated a little. She could even tell that he was up to no good. Is this still a little girl? It was said that a woman's intuition was very accurate and powerful. This little girl's intuition wasn't bad either. How can I be up to no good? Chuyang hurriedly defended himself. If this little girl had the impression that he was up to no good, it would be difficult to change it in the future. You see, I saved you and your Uncle Qingyu when you came here, right? I brought you to see your injuries and treat them, right? Also, I bought you candied haws. Look, it's very sweet. Chuyang hurriedly gave the candied haws away. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect anything in return for his kindness, but he was really despicable and shameless. He actually wanted to show off in front of others and get something in return. And the reward he wanted was for this little girl to marry him. I am too evil. And Mo Qingwu's eyes were fixed on the candied haws from the moment he came in. But she was too embarrassed to ask for it. She hurriedly took it and took a bite. Her beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescents. She smiled and said, Brother Chuyang is a good person. Chuyang was very happy. He had finally taken the first step. If Emo Chinguo kept calling him Uncle Chuyang, then he would have no chance at all. Who had seen a girl choose her uncle as her husband? A big stone in Chuyang's heart was finally lifted. From uncle to brother. Yes, he was very satisfied. Chuyang originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade her. He never thought that a stick of candied haws would be enough to buy her over. Sigh, what was this saying? Yes, in the future, whoever bought the candied haws would have to go through him to give it to Emo Chinguo. Women can be considered, but men. I have to chase them far away. This little girl is too innocent and too gullible. There are too many perverts. I have to be careful. In that instant, Chuyang's thoughts flashed like lightning. He was thinking very far ahead. His face was gentle for a moment, full of longing for a moment, serious for a moment, heavy for a moment, and murderous for a moment. Emo Chinguo ate the candied haws in big mouthfuls while looking at this Brother Chuyang. Why does this Uncle Chuyang have to be Brother Chuyang? So strange. Also, his face is so cute. It can change. White for a moment, black for a moment, red for a moment. When Uncle Emo Chengyu finishes his cultivation, I will also let him change. Too strange. Ever since his rebirth, Chuyang had always handled matters calmly. But it was the first time that his emotions had fluctuated so much like today's. After the little girl finished eating a stick of candied haws, she opened her small hand and took another stick. She ate until the corners of her mouth were full of sticky candy. She was beaming with joy. Chuyang's heart was moved as he looked at her. He thought, if I use my mouth to kiss off the sugar stains on the corners of little Luo's lips. After thinking for a long time, he finally ran out of tea after eating the sugar-coated haws. Emo Chinguo cleverly washed her hands. Then she thought for a while. Then she came to the medicine that Chuyang had prepared for her. She looked at Chuyang with a bitter face and tearful eyes. elder brother Chu Yang. Can I not drink this? It's too bitter. Not good. Chu Yang's face was stiff, but then he smiled. If you drink it, I will tell you a good story. You must keep your word. Mo Ching Wu picked up the bowl of medicine with her small hand and gulped it down. Then she moved a small stool and sat in front of Chu Yang in a well-behaved manner. She rested her chin on her small hand and blinked her big eyes as she looked at Chu Yang, waiting to hear the story. There was even a sly smile on her face. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He had been fooled. This little girl was born in a big clan. Although she was only 7 years old, she still had the ability to distinguish common medicinal herbs. Chu Yang was afraid that this bowl of medicine would be too bitter. After tasting it, although it was not very bitter, he had added a lot of cold honey. It was like sugar water. How could Mo Ching-gu not smell it? She must have already smelled it and just set up a trap for Chu Yang to fall into. She wanted to listen to the story. If Chu Yang did not say that he would tell her a story, she would also happily drink it. Little demon! Chu Yang muttered in his heart. He thought, she is so young and already knows how to lie. What will she do when she grows up? He could only bitterly search for a story in his stomach. But Chu Yang had only said it casually to coax Mo Ching-gu to take the medicine. How could he have prepared a story? After searching for a long time, he did not find any good story. Mo Ching-wu's small face gradually turned ugly. She frowned and looked at Chu Yang suspiciously. She said disappointedly, Brother Chu Yang is lying, right? Her tone was full of distrust. Why would I lie? Brother Chu Yang will lie to anyone but you. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He had an idea. A long, long time ago. Chu Yang began. After a long time, Mo Ching-wu's crisp voice said, This is not good. Tell me another one. Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. This one, then the next one I heard. This one is not good either. Tell me another one. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He frowned with a bitter face. Then tell me. Still not good. Tell me another one. Chu Tsung's eyes stared blankly. Tell me. Still not good. Tell me another one. Chu Yang's head spun. That year, even worse. Little Luo glared at Chu Yang. She was about to flip out. Chu Yang fell to the ground. His face was ashen. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Oh my God, this chasing girls and picking them up is too difficult. How can I live like this? I can't even get through this day. Ha ha ha. Mo Ching-yu had woken up at some point. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, he could not help but laugh. He was rejoicing in Chu Yang's misfortune. Brother, you finally experienced the pain that I've suffered. Chapter 122. Mo Ching-yu showed an expression of, I want to help, but I can't, as he spread out his hands. He said, Little miss, look at how good Uncle Chu Yang is to you. Let Uncle Chu Yang tell you a few nice stories. 1 inch, it's Big Brother Chu Yang. The little girl was very fierce. Her red mouth and white teeth looked as if she wanted to bite someone. She clawed at him and said, Big Brother Chu Yang is lying. His stories are not nice at all. Mo Ching-yu sweated a little and said, Okay, Brother Chu Yang is Brother Chu Yang. Big Brother Chu Yang has a good story. He will tell it soon. Really, Big Brother Chu Yang? The little girl looked at Chu Yang with hopeful eyes full of desire. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang looked at Mo Ching-yu with grief and anger. Damn, you are too shameless. Even if you are shameless, you can't be shameless to this extent. Mo Ching-yu pretended not to see Chu Yang's eyes. He smiled and said, Yes, I am. Miss, listen to Brother Chu Yang's story. It's very pleasant to hear. Buttocks with a turn, he disappeared without a trace. Hey! Chu Yang's outstretched hand stopped in midair. He was completely speechless. Big Brother Chu Yang, hurry up and tell me. Mo Ching-wu reached out her small hand and gently pulled Chu Yang's sleeve. Her bright sleeves and big eyes made her look even more pitiful. Say something nice. Chu Yang. After a long time, Chu Yang came out of the secret chamber. His steps were staggering, his face was pale, and his eyes were blank. His lips were dry. He sat down on the floor and groaned. He muttered, "Picking up girls is really good." He thought about how he would have to continue this picking up girls for at least 7 or 8 years, maybe even 10 years. Chu Yang's eyes turned white. He had a strong feeling of collapse. Mo Qinggu was not like this when she became an adult. She was usually smiling gently and was very gentle. She would look at him and then quietly do her own thing. She was charming and elegant. Why was Mo Qingwu so strange when she was young? Chu Yang sighed. Then he strode to the front of the water tank and plunged his head into it. "I'm dying of thirst. If it were you, you wouldn't stop talking. Try a 2-hour story? Dude, this is going to kill people." However, Chu Yang was still very gratified. He even felt that Mo Qingwu was the real Mo Qingwu now. Just happy. He would rather Mo Qingwu maintain this kind of pure happiness even after a few years. Childishness could disappear, but happiness could not. From tomorrow onwards, I'll go read extensively and specifically look for stories to read. Chu Yang's heart was ruthless. "I swear, in order to pick up girls, in order to raise them, I'm going all out." It was already afternoon. Chu Yang had finished cooking and brought the rice in. Then he carefully distributed the rice bags evenly. In an instant, half of the traces in the pot were washed away. The bottom half is left unbrushed, and the dish is served. 2 of them were removed and placed aside. The remaining one was placed in a messy position. Okay. Then, Chu Yang gave Mo Qingyu a few words and left. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master. Of course, he was experienced and knew the severity of the situation. On this point, Chu Yang is very assured. Moreover, the secret chamber was related to the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang had built it for himself. If he was not a first-rate mechanism master, he would not have done it. Chu Yang went out to find Tai Butian. Tai Butian had lost a bet to him. That was the medicine in the palace. Chu Yang would not be courteous about it. Although it was said to be a joke, Chu Yang had to take it seriously for once. This was related to Mo Qingwu. Qingwu's lifelong happiness was not serious. Okay. After Chu Yang had left for more than 2 hours, suddenly, a few black shadows quietly landed in the sky. The warrior pavilion searched the entire island silently. Then they surrounded Chu Yang. The few pavilions that were built at the very center of the island. One of them approached like a ghost. Then he silently entered and looked around. After circling around, he did not find anything and quietly left. How is it? The one waiting outside was a black-clothed, masked man. His eyes were gloomy. They flickered faintly, like a dark fire in the dark night. "There's no one here. It's very clean." That person said, "According to our investigation, there are only 2 people here. Moreover, one of them has been out for more than 20 days and has not returned. There is only 1 person here. The traces inside are also very clear. Recently, there was indeed only 1 person here. Stay. I go look for rice bags, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. See if there's any medicine here. See if there are any traces of medicine." The black-clothed masked man's eyes were half closed as he spoke softly. "Yes, Throne." This time, 3 or 4 people entered the room at the same time. That Throne stood for a while. Then he also moved his feet and walked step by step into Chu Yang's room. "I can't see anything from the rice bag. However, this guy is really sloppy. The floor is full of vegetable soup, pots, and bowls. The pots and pans are all unwashed. From the smell, it seems that he has not tidied up since last night. He should be alone. There's no doubt about it. Oh!" That Throne walked into the kitchen suspiciously. As soon as he entered, he was almost smoked. His eagle-like eyes carefully examined every item. He then nodded lightly and said, "Yes, it's fine. It seems that there's only 1 person in here. Throne, I found the medicine storehouse. Go take a look. The so-called medicine storehouse was an almost sealed small room. Inside, there were some medicinal herbs that Chu Yang had no use for. They were scattered on the floor. Naturally, Chu Yang did not forget to leave behind some medicinal herbs that were relatively more precious. This guy is really lazy. However, there are some good things. That throne stood at the door and looked at the messy piles of medicine inside. He frowned. There are 2 medicine pots here. One of the black-clothed, masked men shouted. That king-level expert paced over. He slightly sniffed and said, "This is obviously new. It hasn't been used yet. But this? Motherfucker, this medicine was brewed at least a month ago. And the dregs of the medicine are still inside. Motherfucker." Chu Yang spent a lot of effort to collect the dregs of medicine. Now he could finally put them to good use. One of the masked men even pushed aside the rotten white hair. He wrinkled his nose and looked at the dregs inside. He said with certainty, "It's for treating colds." Get lost. Who told you to look through it? Are you very knowledgeable? You actually said that it's for treating colds. That throne-level leader wrinkled his nose in anger. He slapped the masked man's face. Dregs from a month ago, even if it's for treating internal injuries, it shouldn't be related to the Mo clan. A month ago, Mo-chan Yu was still sleeping in the Mo clan. It turned out that when that masked man looked through the dregs, the rotten smell of the dregs started to spread out. It made the medicine storehouse even more stinky than the public toilets in the barracks. Yes, I deserve to die. That masked man repeatedly admitted his mistake. He loosened his grip and threw the medicine pot away. It landed on the floor with a bang. It was a pot used to boil medicine. How strong can it be? Of course, it immediately broke into pieces. An even more intense stench spread out in all directions. That throne-level leader was furious. He slapped the masked man's face several times. Then he covered his nose and ran out of the medicine storehouse. His movement was extremely fast. Once he was outside, he gasped for air. His eyes were filled with anger. He had seen brainless people before, but he had never seen such a brainless person. Everyone who was searching around covered their noses and ran out in a sorry state. Asterisk. What is this smell? Who made it? I already smelled it to death. The throne-level leader covered his nose and asked in a low voice, "Did you find anything? Is there any secret passage or something like that?" His voice was filled with anger. "I didn't find anything. If you didn't find anything, then why are you guys still here? Why aren't you leaving? Fuck your ancestors. Do you think this place smells good?" The throne-level leader was furious. With a whoosh, he flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. He had been wronged. He was a Mo King level leader and a King level master of Jianghu. Even in the upper 3 heavens, he was still a powerful person. When had he ever been to such a dirty place? Chapter 123. This is it. Tai Butian said expressionlessly, "Minister Chu, I'll wait for you outside. You can go in and pick whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you take them all. I won't have any complaints." Tai Butian was naturally very uncomfortable to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. Throughout history, he was probably the first person to be forced to pay off his gambling debts. This could be considered as a historical precedent. Tai Butian's heart was filled with resentment. These words were clearly meant to make things difficult for Chu Yang. Look at how generous I am. This is called elegance. This is called self-restraint. This is called temperament. Unlike you? Fuck, even if a hooligan wants to pay off gambling debts, he won't take them on the same day. Moreover, with just you alone, how much can you take away? Tai Butian was happy to be generous. Good, haha. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together, ignoring Tai Butian's dissatisfaction. Waha! Your Highness is a good person. I'm going. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared with a shio sound. He impatiently dove into the cave. Tai Batian didn't even have time to say a few words of modesty before there was no one in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He thought to himself, this king of Hell Chu is like his predecessors who have gone mad from poverty. He just arrived at Iron Cloud and robbed dozens of big families in one night. Now that he's looking at the treasury of the palace, he's like a bandit who has entered a village. That excitement. I really despise him. As he thought, he ordered someone to bring a chair over and sat down in front of the treasury. He thought to himself, I'd like to see how much you can take away. Look at you, you miser. Humph. Chu Yang stepped into the treasury and was immediately dazzled. Oh my God, so many good things. The calamity sword in his dantian also became active, eager to try. Don't rush. Let's do it bit by bit. Chu Yang was calm. Looking at the huge treasury, he was very excited. As expected of the palace, it had been accumulated over many years. At the very front, there were all kinds of strange metals. As if afraid that Chu Yang wouldn't recognize them, there were labels on each of them. So standard. Chu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. This will save me a lot of effort. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip of the calamity sword appeared in his hand, shining brightly. Suck. Don't be shy, just suck it. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Leave 1 or 2 pieces of those that aren't rare. Those rare ones are hard to find outside. Absorb them all. No problem. The sword tip of calamity sword was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for years. Following Chu Yang's hand gestures, they began to devour like wolves and tigers. Tai Butian had been waiting outside. But who would have thought that he wouldn't come out even after waiting for so long? So, he couldn't help but become bewildered. Don't tell me that this king of hell Chu ate those medicines alive? The treasure vault was only so big, he couldn't possibly get lost, right? He wanted to go in and take a look, but his previous words were too arrogant. If he went in, it would seem that he was being watched. Moreover, this king of hell Chu would say that he was a sore loser. After pondering for a long time, Tai Butian still sat at the door and didn't move. She also hardened her heart. King of hell Chu, I want to see how long you can stay in there. I'm going to waste my time with you today. After a long while, just when Tai Butian was about to lose her patience, finally King of hell Chu came out. When King of hell Chu came out, he looked a little unhappy and dissatisfied. It seemed that this treasure vault in the palace had greatly disappointed him. Chu Yang's left hand was holding a few medicinal herbs. In his right hand, he was holding 2 pieces of shining metal. Must. After coming out, Chu Yang sighed. He was very sincere and extremely disappointed. You were inside for such a long time, and you only picked out these few things. Tai Butian's eyes widened. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed again in disappointment. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Tai Butian. Your Highness, you are generous enough, but this treasure vault in the palace is really a little shabby. Eh? What's wrong? Tai Butian frowned. There really isn't much left, Chu Yang sighed. I searched left and right, I searched front and back, but in the end I only picked out these few things. As he said, he shook the 2 pitiful snow ginseng in his hand. The 2 pieces of metal in his right hand also touched each other, making a crisp sound. In this quiet space, the sound spread far and wide. Compared to such a huge treasure trove, such a small amount of things was simply a pitiful burden. Only these few things. Tai Butian was a little surprised. Are your standards so high? Besides, these things aren't anything good in here. It's really, I'm too embarrassed to say it. Chu Yang said dejectedly, let's go. Wait. Tai Butian waved her hand. I'll go in and take a look. As she said, she dashed in, extremely vigorous. But after she went in, she was shocked. Was this still the treasure vault of the royal family? On each of the huge shelves, there were only a few pitiful pieces of metal on some shelves, and there were even some shelves that were completely empty. One by one, the labels trembled and swayed slightly with the sound of the wind brought by Tai Butian's sudden entrance, as if they were telling their infinite grievances. But there was a thick layer of dust on the shelves. Tai Butian looked at all this in disbelief. She kept muttering to herself, "What's going on? What's going on?" The pitiful Supreme Highness was a little confused. Chu Yang followed behind her and also walked in. He tried his best to say in a heavy voice, "Supreme Highness, why do you have to do this? Actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to find these 2 500-year-old snow ginseng today." Tai Butian turned a deaf ear to him and walked in. Inside was the medicinal herb vault. Tai Butian clearly remembered that there were many heavenly treasures in here. When she went in to take a look, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. There were still many medicinal herbs in here, including ginseng and ganoderma. But those rare heavenly treasures that ordinary people might not even see in their entire lives were all gone. In fact, there weren't even any boxes. Tai Butian only felt a wave of dizziness and couldn't help but sway a little. Chu Yang very kindly hurriedly supported her and said, "Supreme Highness, what's wrong?" With this support, he felt that Tai Butian's shoulders were thin and weak but full of texture. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of a very slippery texture. Tai Butian calmly took a step forward and broke away from Chu Yang's support. She said, "I really didn't expect that the royal family's treasure vault would actually fall to such a state. Your Highness also rarely comes to this treasure vault, right?" Chu Yang said patiently, "Of course. If there's nothing, why would I go to the treasure vault? I'm not a miser," Tai Butian said indifferently. Chu Yang didn't seem to realize that the miser that Tai Butian was referring to was himself. He only sighed and said, "It's no wonder. After years of war, even a rich treasury would have long been empty. Every day, every hour, there are so many soldiers injured. No matter how many heavenly treasures there are, how can they save the lives of every warrior?" Chu Yang's words had vaguely directed the spearhead to Tai Longqing. Moreover, it was clear that even if all the medicines and things here were used up, they were used in the right way. Tai Butian was silent for a while. Then she slowly said, "I think so. These things can be considered to be used to their full potential." When she saw the treasure vault in such a state, her first thought was exactly the same as Chu Yang's comforting words. In the whole world, only second Uncle Tai Longqing could come here and open this place. And second uncle's army thirsted for elixirs and strange metals. Needless to say, Tai Butian also knew. As for theft, there was no such possibility. If the elixirs were stolen, it might be possible. But those strange metals weighed hundreds of kilograms, and some even thousands of kilograms. How could they be stolen in such a heavily guarded place like the royal palace? Even if one could steal a piece, who would have the ability to empty the entire treasure vault? Even if a supreme martial artist came, he would definitely not be able to do it so stealthily. Tai Butian naturally didn't know that the real culprit was King of Hell Chu, who was standing in front of her with a look of disappointment on his face. It was really hard on this guy. He had secretly made a fortune to this extent, but he still had to put on a worried look. How strong was his willpower? What kind of mental cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? She turned her head to look at Chu Yang. Tai Butian felt very ashamed in her heart. She had solemnly asked Minister Chu to go in and take it himself. In the end, when Minister Chu went in, it was as if he had just taken a stroll around. Even those things in his hand seemed to be just a gesture to comfort her. Tai Butian clearly saw that there were many more things in this treasure vault that Minister Chu had in his hands. It was obvious that Minister Chu was afraid that she would lose face. So he deliberately took 2 of those things to comfort her. Thinking of this, Tai Butian felt even more uncomfortable in her heart. Minister Chu is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He is so honest and considerate. He is so good at thinking for others. Minister Chu, it's as if I haven't repaid my gambling debt today, Tai Butian said with a serious smile. However, I guarantee that I will definitely compensate Minister Chu for this loss. What are you saying, Your Highness? Minister Chu spoke with awe-inspiring righteousness. Originally, I only wanted these things to forge a few weapons to equip the army. I also wanted to see if I could create a kind of divine medicine to offer to the crown prince in order to relieve the pain of the wounded. So, what's this so or not? Minister Chu said sincerely and solemnly, Your Highness is too serious. Tai Butian's heart surged. She couldn't help but look at Chu Yang with a strange expression. She tried hard to control her thoughts, but still couldn't help but pat Chu Yang's shoulder and said, Minister Chu, good. Good. Minister Chu is so benevolent and righteous. He's so considerate of the overall situation. He's such a hero with an open mind. So, how can he accept my offer of compensation to him? Not only will he not accept it, but it will also be an insult to Minister Chu's noble character. Chapter 124. The two walked out of the treasury side by side. Only then did they realize that the sky was already dark. In front of the palace, there was a person holding 2 horses, waiting for the two. It was Wu Qianqian. Seeing Chu Yang come out, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She said, Minister, please hurry back to Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion. Something happened at Butian Pavilion? What happened? Chu Yang frowned. A group of people in black came. All of them are highly skilled in martial arts. They want us to hand over the people who came that day. Wu Qianqian said anxiously, We explained for a long time, but they still didn't believe us. They were about to fight. If you weren't outside, they would have asked you for an explanation. I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yang was shocked. He quickly got on his horse and said, Your Highness, this is urgent. I will go first. Then he said, Your Highness, please let the guards send you back to the imperial residence. Don't come to Butian Pavilion. I'm afraid there will be danger. As he said this, he took the fierce mask and cloak from Wu Qianqian. With a leap, he put them on neatly and landed on the horse's back. His 2 legs clamped together and the horse rushed out. Wu Qianqian followed closely behind. The 2 of them disappeared from Tai Butian's sight in the blink of an eye. Tai Butian's eyes flashed. He shouted, Return to the imperial residence immediately. I have important matters to attend to. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would let these 2 go to Butian Pavilion to see who was so daring. At this moment, Butian Pavilion was in a complete mess. In the main hall, the 14 seats were all filled with people in black. On Chu Yang's seat sat a black-clothed masked man with a golden blade. His eyes were sinister and disdainful. He didn't seem to care about the organization that was created by the 3 empresses. In front of each person, there was a cup of tea. Steam rose in spirals. Before Wu Qianqian left, she spent a lot of effort to persuade these people to sit here peacefully. At the side, in the small courtyard of the fierce blood hall, faint echoes of the Ho could be heard intermittently. There were people who were injured because they tried to stop these people. These people were the people that Chu Yang hated to the core. They were the ones who injured Emo Qingwu. The He Emo clan. They had finally come knocking on his door. After all, that day at the city gate, Chu Yang ordered the large man to be sent to Butian Pavilion. That was under the watchful eyes of many people. It would be strange if they did not hear about it. The sound of horses galloping could be heard outside. The eyes of the black-clothed people in the main hall lit up. Is the legendary king of Hell Chu finally going to appear? The sound of horse hooves suddenly stopped at the entrance. Then, hurried footsteps sounded. A person wearing a ferocious mask and a black, cloak walked in quickly and calmly. In the night, under the illumination of the lamplight, the two gazes were like two cold stars, steady and calm. Chu Yanwang finally appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Chu Li's clear and cold eyes slowly sized up his surroundings. Then he asked the 14 masked men in black, who had not stood up, "Have you all come here to look for this Chu?" Chu Yan's reply to King of Hell was not deliberately estranged. Instead, it was very warm. It was clear that his current state of mind was very peaceful. There was a hint of surprise in his voice, as if he had no idea what these people were here for. "Are you King of Hell, Chu? The minister of Butian Pavilion?" The black-clothed man, sitting at the top, snorted coldly. He chuckled and said, "What great prestige! What great arrogance!" Chu Yang's legs went soft. It was not because he was afraid. It was because, when he was in the treasury, due to the lack of time, he used all of his energy and mental energy to help the calamity sword devour. When it finally finished devouring, it directly caused Chu Yang's energy to run out. Not even a bit was left. Then, something like this happened again. He had galloped all the way back and didn't have time to adjust his breathing. However, Chu Yang had deliberately done this. Since the timing was so coincidental, Chu Yang naturally wanted to use these people's mouths to spread the extremely absurd rumor that he did not know any martial arts. In front of the seniors, this official naturally does not dare to do anything. Although Chu Yang was wearing a mask, his voice gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as if he had seen a good friend he had not seen for many years. There was warmth and warmth in his voice. When he opened his mouth, he referred to himself as this official. His meaning was, "I am a court official, not a Jianghu person. When you talk to me, try not to use the Jianghu methods." Oh! As a king-level master, how good was his eyesight! The man sitting at the head of the table saw through Chu Yang's situation. He could not help but be a little surprised. This minister of Butian Pavilion, the most important person in Iron Cloud, did not have the slightest bit of energy in his body. Moreover, his mental energy was pitifully weak. He was completely an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. When he walked, his footsteps were light and his eyes were lifeless. The muscles on his body did not have the unique luster of a martial artist. He really did not know any martial arts. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? "You have come from afar. I have not asked for your guidance. Where are you going?" Chu Yang cupped his fists and asked, "Who are we?" Everyone knows. The other experts looked at him sinisterly. "Today, I came to ask Minister Fu about some things and understand some things." "Haha, I know why you are all here." Chu Yang calmly walked into the main hall. He walked into the area surrounded by the 2 king-level masters and the 12 revered martial artists. Then he glanced around and sat down on a seat next to them. You know, the king-level master looked at Chu Yang with a sinister gaze. At this moment, Chu Yang was very close to him. He could see that he was not mistaken. This was an ordinary person. 2 days ago, at the city gate, this lowly official found 2 people. At that time, they were already seriously injured, so I took the liberty to send them to Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang's voice was full of regret, but there was no trace of regret. Where are those 2 people now? The king-level expert's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang, under the pressure of his eyes. Even if Xiao was an ordinary person, even if he was a revered martial artist, he would be immediately exposed if he told half a lie. "Haha! Senior must know that in our Iron Cloud, talents are precious." Chu Yang sighed. After years of war, the strength of the nation has long been exhausted. The lack of talents is also extremely serious. Ever since this Chu received His Highness' favor and entered Butian Pavilion, I have been worried day and night, unable to sleep at night. The situation is very serious, and I often sigh that I am powerless. Chu Yang said slowly. The king-level master's eyes showed a trace of impatience. but he still did not say anything. That day, I suddenly discovered an expert who was in trouble in my iron cloud. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "So I had the thought of recruiting him." When he said this, the 14 men in black in the main hall snorted disdainfully. "Recruit? Do you think he is an ordinary person? He is from the Mo clan, and he is a king-level master. Let's not talk about the fact that he is seriously injured. Even if you acknowledge him as your godfather, how could he possibly accept the recruitment of someone from the lower 3 heavens?" But when he said this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Chu Yang's motive for saving those 2 people at that time was completely unmistakable. Everyone put themselves in Chu Yang's shoes and thought that if they were in the same position as Butian Pavilion's minister, they would probably have the same thoughts. The current iron cloud was really too difficult. Facts have proven that this official thought too much. Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. What happened to those 2 people? The king-level master's eyes flashed behind his mask as he asked. Even he did not realize that his voice had softened a lot compared to before. She was doing her best for her country, and she was doing it without knowing it. How could you blame her for it? That big man was not a problem. Although his internal and external injuries were serious, he would recover after a period of rest. But that little girl was a bit difficult to deal with. At such a young age, she was frightened and injured. She almost died. Chu Yang used a respectful tone and said, "Thank you, His Royal Highness, for taking 2 people to the palace to find Senior Du Shiqing." But the unexpected thing was that the little girl's injuries were too serious. Senior Du was only able to alleviate the situation and temporarily save her life. He could not cure her. The king-level master in black pondered and slowly nodded. His sword was blocked by Mo Changyu, but it was not something a little girl could withstand. This guy's words should not be false. Chu Yang's words were partly true and partly false. Aside from his own motives, everything else was true. Naturally, it would make it sound very convincing. And then that big man. Speaking of which, this brother is really loyal and courageous. He is truly a good man. Chu Yang was not stingy with his praise for Mo Chengyu. He said with admiration. Under such circumstances, he immediately wanted to leave. After half a day of rest, he wanted to take his little master to find a famous doctor. This lowly official tried every possible way to persuade him to stay. At that time, I even proposed that if he was willing to stay, I would give up the position of minister of Butian Pavilion. Even with such conditions, he was still not moved. Chu Yang sighed in admiration. His only condition was that, as long as we could cure his little brother, he would agree to do one thing for us. It's a pity that we can't fulfill this condition. Can't do it. The sovereign laughed, full of disdain. He thought to himself, I personally released the Heimo sword energy and you want to break it? You are overestimating yourself. You're not telling the truth. You are lying to me. The king-level master sensed that Chu Yang was very serious and was telling the truth. But in the end, there was some uncertainty. Chapter 125. Chu Yang looked at the king-level leader with sincerity and said, Senior, this Jiang Hu expert is a man of his word. This official believes in him. Therefore, I am looking forward to it. I even have some plans for what I want to do in the future. However, this matter is a secret between Butian Pavilion and me. It is related to the war between the 2 countries. I ask Senior to keep it a secret. The king-level leader slowly took the lead and looked at the other person. They both knew what was going on. Yes, this was in line with Mo Changyu's pedantic, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water character. You, King of Hell Chu, are quite honest. The king-level leader said gloomily, however, that so-called expert, I am afraid he will not be able to do anything for you. Why? Chu Yang smiled and said, I can see that brother is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. Of course, such a man would keep his word. Why? Of the 14 masked men, 10 of them laughed mockingly. One of them jokingly said, "Because the person you are talking about is about to die at the hands of our king, level leader. How can a dead man repay a debt of gratitude?" Ah! Chu Yang's eyes revealed a look of extreme shock. He stammered, This, where did they go?" The king level leader coldly snorted. "This, I really do not know." King of Hell Chu seemed to be immersed in a great sense of loss. He actually pleaded, "Senior, can you be merciful to that person? Such a good person. If he dies, it would be a pity." King of Hell Chu sighed. "This matter is not for a rotten secular official like you to decide." The king level leader coldly looked at him with a cold gaze. Chu Yang shivered at the perfect moment. Then he forced himself to look calm. The two king level leaders looked at each other. Their lips faintly moved as if they were discussing something. Although they were people of the He-Mo clan who could not return in 3 days, they did not want to go against a secular country. Seeing that there was no result, they naturally had to leave. Chu Yang nervously opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "What else do you want to say?" The Lord of the Throne was sensitive enough to notice his little movements. "It's like this. I find it difficult to speak." Chu Yang stammered, "Seniors, you are all experts with supernatural powers. My Iron Cloud is currently in a perilous situation. If I may be so bold, I will tell you." Chu Yenking's eyes became awe-inspiring and righteous. It seemed as if he was ready to risk everything. He stood up, clasped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "May this Chu be so bold as to ask the seniors if you can lend a hand to my Iron Cloud?" From top to bottom of Iron Cloud, millions of people are grateful. Audacious? You sure are bold. The black-clothed king level expert almost burst into laughter. You saved our enemy and helped him escape. Not killing you is already an extra favor, yet you still want to recruit us? The king level experts' words caused all the experts of the He-Mo clan to burst into laughter. Everyone looked at this king of Hell Chu with ridicule in their eyes. They felt that this was somewhat outrageous. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then he seriously said, "Senior, you are wrong. Before I saved him, I didn't know about the grievances between you. Moreover, even if you knew, what would you do?" The black-clothed king level expert coldly asked. Chu Yang straightened his chest and said in a loud voice, "Even if I knew, as long as there was even the slightest possibility that he would be recruited by me to help my Iron Cloud, I would still save him, even if it was just a promise." These words were powerful and resonant. Chu Yang stared at this king level expert. He didn't back down for a moment. In an instant, all the black-clothed people in the main hall were stunned by these words. This Minister Chu was just an ordinary person and didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength. However, the imposing manner he displayed at this moment was extremely upright. The courage he displayed at this moment was also very admirable. The black-clothed king level expert coldly stared at Chu Yang. After a while, he finally sighed deeply and said, "Good Minister Chu, good King of Hell Chu." His voice actually contained a hint of admiration. Then he brushed his sleeves and stood up. He lightly said, "This old man came here today with the intention of razing this Butian pavilion to the ground if I couldn't find the person. However, you are indeed worthy of being King of Hell Chu. Today, this old man will let you go. Let's go." With this order, the 13 black-clothed people stood up at the same time and walked out. No one said a word. With a king-level expert's order, naturally, no one dared to refute. On the other hand, these murderous and merciless executioners were also subdued by Chu Yang. An ordinary person who didn't have the slightest bit of martial strength was actually able to speak calmly and confidently under the pressure of a king-level expert. This kind of bearing and calmness was already evident. Moreover, Minister Chu had displayed his chivalry, righteousness, and courage for the sake of the country and the people. He was a righteous man. Such a loyal man would be respected no matter where he was. Even if they were evil people, they still respected heroes. What's more, it's just a misunderstanding. The black-clothed king-level expert was the last to leave. He fluttered to the door and turned back to look at Chu Yang. In his malicious eyes, there was a faint trace of warmth. He said, "Unfortunately, you don't know martial arts. However, if Iron Cloud is destroyed, would you be willing to follow my family?" Damn! Chu Yang was startled. He didn't think that his performance would attract the attention of Mo Qingwu's great enemy. "I was born a citizen of Iron Cloud, and I will die a ghost of Iron Cloud. If Iron Cloud is destroyed, then I would have already turned into ashes before the country was destroyed. Senior's good intentions, I can only accept it." Chu Yan replied in a heroic manner. He wasn't lying. If Iron Cloud was destroyed, then Chu Yang's plan to defy the heavens and change fate would fail. Then his master would die, his brothers would die, and Qingwu would not survive. Then Chu Yang would feel that there was no meaning in living anymore. Good man! What a pity! What a pity! The king-level expert said, "What a pity," twice in a row. Then he fluttered away and disappeared into the night sky. A faint voice was heard. "Carefully search the other places of Iron Cloud. He is seriously injured. How can he walk?" After they left, a shadowy figure silently flew up from the top of the main hall and disappeared in a flash. Even the two king-level experts of the Hayamo clan did not notice when this person came. He finally left. Chu Yang sat on the ground, feeling weak all over. After today, Qingwu's threat from the Hayamo clan should have been eliminated a lot, right? Just now, he answered correctly because he relied on the Ran body strength. Now that he relaxed, he felt that his whole body was exhausted to the point of no return. Was the aura of a king-level expert so easy to endure? Chu Yang took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the remaining energy in his dantian. After a long time, he felt his dantian slowly move. He controlled his qi and circulated it 3 times. Suddenly, with a boom, a large amount of vital qi surged out from his meridians. It rushed into his meridians and merged with the qi of the Calamity Sword. Then the 7 yin cold qi absorbed by the Calamity Sword suddenly surged out and wrapped around this vital qi. His jin qi surged upwards, and with the momentum of breaking through bamboo, it arrived at the bottleneck of Wumo. It was like 100 zhang tall, raging wave crashing against a dam that could not withstand a single blow. It actually surged through the bottleneck without stopping. Then it continued to surge and sweep through the meridians. The bottleneck that had not been broken for a long time was broken through at this moment without any hindrance. Chu Yang could not help but be overjoyed. He closed his eyes and guided the energy in his body to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he sank his mind into a sea of consciousness and tried to use the soft water power that he had just comprehended to penetrate this turbulent energy in an instant. He entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. He had already exhausted all his energy and mental energy. He had to force himself to fight against 2 king-level experts and 12 revered martial artists. He also had to control his mind and not panic. He also had to deceive the other party, even if he was at his peak and his physical strength and mental energy were at their peak. He would not be able to withstand this kind of mental pressure. However, he relied on his unparalleled willpower and the pure strength of his flesh to forcefully endure all of it. Although he appeared calm and collected on the surface, in reality, his mental state was so tense that it was on the verge of breaking. Moreover, when his mental energy was at its peak, Shifeng suddenly left. This kind of pressure that exceeded his limit by more than 10 times to a sudden feeling of relaxation actually made his bottleneck disappear. Once he recovered, he did not need to break through. He actually automatically entered the realm of martial master. Although he had been stuck at this bottleneck for a few days, breaking through so easily still made Chu Yang extremely happy. Chu Yang cultivated in the main hall, while Wu Qianqian stood quietly outside the door. Since Chu Yang entered the main hall, he did not deliberately lower his voice, including Wu Qianqian, Cheng'ang, and Chen Yutong. All of them clearly heard Chu Yang's words. The three of them had different feelings in their hearts. Cheng'ang and Chen Yutong had more or less the same thoughts. What kind of people were inside? The two of them knew in their hearts. Perhaps the weakest of them was about the same as the two of them. It could be said that the person inside would only need to cough once, and Minister Chu would be jolted back to his death. But Chu Yang was neither servile nor overbearing. He calmly faced them. Although he spoke in a gentle tone, he did not back down a single step. If it were someone else who could do it, perhaps they would have already wet their pants in fear. Finally, he even said, "Live as an ironclad person, die as an ironclad ghost. If ironclad is destroyed, then I would have turned into ashes before the country was destroyed." His righteousness was awe-inspiring, his magnanimity was majestic, his loyalty was righteous, and his jade blood pill was reborn. All of these were clearly seen. In the end, even these hostile people who had come to cause trouble were subdued by Minister Chu's unyielding character, not to mention Cheng'ang and Chen Yutong, who were listening from the side. At that moment, the two of them almost burst into tears. Chapter 126. This is a mistake. It should be breaking through to martial artist, not martial master. I have neglected the martial artist position. I am very sorry. Fortunately, my brothers reminded me in the book review section. Thank you. Chen Yutong and Cheng'ang looked at each other and felt the little knot in their hearts disappear quietly. From each other's eyes, they could see a kind of fanaticism and worship. Minister Chu is the #1 martyr of Iron Cloud. To work under such a minister, they would be happy even if they died. Only Wu Qianqian was a little doubtful. Chu Yang's performance today was remarkable. If Wu Qianqian did not know Chu Yang before, she would have believed him without a doubt. But now she was very doubtful. Chu Yang, he is actually such a person? Such a noble character and righteousness that inspires reverence? Such a person for the country, for the people, and for the common people? Doesn't seem like it. In the imperial residence, Tai Butian frowned tightly. A figure stood quietly in front of him. Minister Chu, haha. What a good Minister Chu. Tai Butian raised his eyebrows and smiled quietly. He said softly, "The reasons that Minister Chu said are not the real reasons." After listening to Ying's reply, he kept thinking. Ying was a person who did not like to talk and cherished his words like gold. But he was forced by Tai Butian to repeat the scene at that time. He almost broke down when he talked about it. Tai Butian thought for a long time before he finally came to a conclusion. He sighed and said, "If Minister Chu said these words from his heart, how good would that be? It's a pity, it's a pity." It was not that it was too difficult to come to a conclusion, but that Tai Butian had always had that kind of hope. But Chu Yang's words of loyalty and righteousness made Tai Butian lose that kind of extravagant hope. Chu Yang stood up and stretched his body. He only heard the sound of his joints cracking. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. I finally broke through. I am now a first-grade martial artist. A first-grade martial artist is not much in this world. There are too many sects in the lower 3 heavens. The core strength is made up of martial artists. Moreover, most of them are 5th grade and above martial masters. For the super clans in the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens, a first-grade martial artist is not surprising. The lowest level of power in the clans are also at this level. Normally, martial artists wouldn't be allowed to go out on missions, because going out would only result in death. Even if he was a rank 1 martial artist, he would still have to train hard at home. According to Chu Yang's age, his birthday was in the 12th lunar month. He would be 17 years old in a few months. At this age, most of the direct descendants of the big clans were already 3rd or 4th grade martial masters. A super genius like Gu Duxing had already entered the ranks of martial great masters. It was nothing to be proud of, but all of this had overlooked one point, and that was that the cultivation conditions of those geniuses were far from what Chu Yang could compare with. Even though the treasury of the lower 3 heavens had a lot of wealth, it couldn't compare to the clans of the lower 3 heavens in terms of resources. The density of spiritual energy in the lower 3 heavens was much higher than that in the lower 3 heavens. Heavenly treasures could only grow in places with dense spiritual energy. The geniuses of the 3 heavens basically grew up eating those things. Chu Yang had basically never eaten those heavenly treasures. Another point was that those geniuses had all started to cultivate their foundation from a young age, and then gradually improved. A 20-year-old Wuzong, including the innate foundation he had in his mother's womb, was equivalent to 21 years of cultivation, and Chu Yang's previous foundation was so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. It had only been half a year since his rebirth. In half a year, he had advanced from 3rd grade martial warrior to 1st grade martial warrior. He had advanced by 8 grades. Even though it wasn't difficult for a youngster with decent aptitude to advance at such a low level, such a speed was simply unparalleled in the space realm. Since ancient times, there had never been such a thing. Chu Yang, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Wu Qian seemed to have been waiting at the side. At this moment, she brought a bowl of steaming hot soup and a large bowl of white rice. You haven't eaten anything in the middle of the night. Chu Yang was feeling hungry. He took the soup and rice and almost buried his head in it, wolfing it down. Wu Qian pursed her lips as she watched Chu Yang eat. The corners of her mouth could not help but curve into a happy smile. Oh no! Chu Yang had just eaten a few mouthfuls when he suddenly raised his head. What time is it now? It's 9:00 in the morning. You have been meditating, so I told them not to disturb you. Wu Qian said softly. Oh no, oh no. Chu Yang's lips were still stained with rice. He put down the 2 bowls with a bang. He had only eaten half of it before he rushed out. What are you doing? You already ate. Wu Qian stomped her feet behind him. But Chu Yang had already run faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. He only waved his hand from afar. I have an urgent matter. The rice and soup were delicious. Thank you. Seeing Chu Yang disappear, Wu Qian stomped her feet hatefully. She gently bit her red lips and muttered, What urgent matter can be more important than your own health? This Chu Yang is really... Wu Qian cleaned up the 2 bowls and looked at the remaining half of the soup and rice. She could not help but blush as she remembered Chu Yang's words before he left. The rice and soup were delicious. As long as you think it's delicious, I will make more for you tomorrow, Wu Qian whispered to herself. After she finished speaking, she looked around for a while as if she was afraid that someone would hear her. She then turned her head back, pursed her lips, and smiled with a red face. Chu Yang forgot that there was an adult and a child who had not eaten yet. If the 2 of them ran out now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hurriedly returned to Emerald Flow Lake and opened the door to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He almost staggered from the smell and cried out, Oh my God, it's so smelly! Although it was extremely smelly, Chu Yang was not scared. Instead, he was happy. This meant that people from the Hei Mo clan had already been here. Moreover, they had searched very carefully. Otherwise, they would not have broken this extremely smelly medicine jar. Thinking about the scene of the Hei Mo clan's people breaking this medicine jar in anger, Chu Yang wanted to laugh out loud. Thinking about this, he quickly walked inside. But after he took 2 steps, there was a rustling sound coming from inside. Someone is still here? Chu Yang tiptoed closer to take a look. He saw Mo Qingwu's small figure busying herself with a silk scarf covering her nose to block the stench. Then she clumsily tidied up the messy things in Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang's eyes became hot, and he could not help but feel a little hazy. Through the tears, he seemed to see the Mo Ching Wu from his previous life. Every time she came to his room, she would be busy tidying up for him. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a slim figure, silently looking at him and softly calling out, "Chu Yang, Ching Wu!" Chu Yang murmured. The pain in his heart spread like a tide. "Chu Yang, brother Chu Yang, you are back. What did you call me for?" Mo Ching Wu's childish voice rang out, interrupting Chu Yang's memories. "Nothing, little Wu. Why did you suddenly come out?" Chu Yang shook his head and took a few steps forward. He tenderly held Mo Ching Wu's small hand and looked at it. He said somewhat reproachfully, "You are so small. What if you hurt yourself? Don't do this in the future." Mo Ching Wu responded obediently. Although she was young, she could feel Chu Yang's deep concern for her. She tilted her head and smiled. Uncle Chenyu vomited blood again. Now he is seizing the time to practice martial arts. Little Wu is hungry, so I came out to find something to eat." As she spoke, she covered her nose with her small hand and fanned twice, saying, "But I didn't expect Brother Chu Yang's room to be so messy. It stinks. Brother Chu Yang, you are really sloppy. Chu Yang was speechless for a while and hurriedly explained, "These are all deliberately done by Brother Chu Yang. When those bad guys come, they will see that this place is so messy and won't be able to find little Wu. Then little Wu will be safe." "Oh, I see." Mo Ching Wu's eyes reddened. She said guiltily, "So Brother Chu Yang did all this for little Wu. But I misunderstood you. Brother Chu Yang, I am sorry. It's okay. Since this place is like this, those people must have been here." Chu Yang said, "You just sit here obediently. I am going to clean up and cook for you. You haven't eaten for so long. You must be hungry, right?" Mo Ching Wu sniffled. Then she pitifully rubbed her small belly. "My small belly is flat, you see." As she spoke, she actually lifted up her shirt, revealing her snow-white belly. She pointed at it and said, "Look, isn't it flat? Originally, it was round when I was full." Chu Yang felt dizzy. He quickly put down her shirt and said, "Little Wu, a girl's belly can't be casually shown to others. Remember, Mother didn't say." Mo Ching Wu shook her head. Chu Yang slapped his forehead. He thought to himself that he was really possessive. Mo Ching Wu was only 3 years old. So what if someone saw it? But even though he thought this way, he still subconsciously didn't want others to see it. Chu Yang hurriedly cleaned up the room. First, he dug up a few layers of dirt from the pot and threw it into Emerald Flow Lake. Only then did the stench dissipate a little. Then he lit up 40 to 50 incense sticks in one breath. After a while, Mo Ching Wu sniffled and tiptoed around like a puppy. She sniffed around and excitedly announced, "It doesn't smell anymore." Chu Yang sweated profusely. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a trick up her sleeve. He cooked a few dishes and cooked a big pot of rice. Then he refused Mo Ching Wu's help and cooked 3 times before moving into the secret underground room. In the north, Mo Ching Wu had just woken up from his cultivation. As soon as he woke up, this king-level master was bombarded with accusations. He was scolded by a little martial artist. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to let little Wu go out? Right now, there are Mo people everywhere. What if we are discovered? You're already so old and a king-level master. Can't you think of something like this?" Mo Ching Wu's face turned red. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to refute. He obediently bowed his head and accepted the scolding. "Brother Chu Yang, Uncle Cheng Yu also told me not to go out, but little Wu was hungry, so I sneaked out. Can you not scold Uncle Cheng Yu anymore?" Mo Ching Wu pulled Chu Yang's sleeve and gently shook it, pleading for Mo Ching Yu. "Little Wu, don't worry about him. Today he must suffer." Chu Yang was not going to let it go. He was very angry. You are a king-level master. You were protecting Mo Qingwu, but you let her suffer such a serious injury. This is a dereliction of duty. Seeing that you have serious internal injuries, I endured for more than a day, and now you made another mistake. Chapter 127. Chu Yang was very angry. Mo Qingwu was outside by herself, so when he came back he was scared out of his wits. But in front of the young Mo Qingwu he could not get angry. So when he saw Mo Qingyu, he vented all of his anger on him. He glared at him and scolded him until his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Qingyu's eyes were wide open as he scolded Chu Yang. A king-level master being scolded by a martial artist, this feeling was very strange, especially when this little martial artist did not stop. He scolded him for a full quarter of an hour. Mo Qingyu's face turned purple as if it was going to explode. His ears were red as he clenched his teeth, but he did not dare to lose his temper. He had a vague thought in his heart. This Chu Yang cares more about the little miss than me. Looking at him, it is as if his wife was stolen. Chu Yang finally ended his reprimand. In short, you have failed in your duty, and I am very angry. If this kind of situation happens again, you, a king-level expert, don't want to live anymore. Dig a hole and bury yourself in it as soon as possible. Mo Qingyu had not eaten for a whole day, so his stomach was rumbling with hunger. But now he was scolded to the point that he had no place to eat. This guy was not polite at all. Pointing and scolding was not enough. He even leaned over and scolded him. In the end, he even jumped up and scolded, "Fuck you! I am a king-level master. When have I ever been treated like this? Even the clan leader has never treated me like this." Mo Qingyu's heart was in a mess. Mo Qingwu did not feel anything. Her only thought was, "Brother Chu Yang is too good to me." Especially when Chu Yang scolded him, he did not forget to flatter him. After a few sentences he would say, "Xiao Wu is so beautiful and cute. If Chuan is like this, how can you bear it? Xiao Wu is so smart. If she goes, won't you feel guilty? Xiao Wu is so smart and lovable. If you..." Therefore, Mo Qingyu was scolded to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. He almost wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins. But little Luo, who was listening from the side, was somewhat enraged, although she still couldn't bear it, when she heard Chu Yang say, "Let's eat." Little Luo grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. After being praised, her appetite was greatly stimulated. Her chopsticks fell like rain. When she was half full, she squinted her cute eyes and said, "Brother Chu Yang, is Xiao Wu really as good as you say?" Of course. Chu Yang was also hungry, so he ate quickly. But when he heard this, he immediately stopped chewing. He turned his head and said very seriously, "Xiao Wu, remember this." What? Xiao Luo was a little confused. "Remember, in this world, you are the most beautiful, the smartest, the cutest, the best, the best, the best," Chu Yang said solemnly. His tone was very serious, as if he was making an oath. Wow! Little Luo jumped up in joy. She was so happy that she lost her sense of direction. Then she rubbed her clothes embarrassedly. "Is it really that good?" That look in her eyes was obviously hoping for an affirmative answer from Chu Yang. Of course, Chu Yang wouldn't disappoint such a well-behaved little Luo. He nodded solemnly and said with certainty, "Of course. Xiao Wu is definitely better than what I said. 100 times better. 1,000 times, 10,000 times." Little Luo Ji beamed with delight. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she pounced on Chu Yang, hugged his neck, and kissed his face with all her might. Her oily little mouth kissed Chu Yang's face fiercely, leaving a clear oily mark. Then she let go and praised, "Brother Chu Yang, you're also the best in my heart. The best, the best, the best." Chu Yang touched his cheek. It seemed that he could still feel that gentle touch. He couldn't help but smile foolishly. Oh heavens, I finally took the first step and got a kiss. Qing Wu's kiss. Although she is just a little luo who doesn't know anything and is greasy. After that, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Mo Qing Wu ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Then she would squint her eyes, tilt her head, and smile at Chu Yang. Then she would eat a few more mouthfuls of rice and smile foolishly once again. Chu Yang naturally returned the favor. From time to time, he would smile encouragingly. Eat this bone and this meat. Xiao Wu, come. Eat this. Chu Yang eagerly urged her to eat. This. Uncle Qingyu hasn't eaten yet. There isn't much food left. Mo Qing Wu looked at the little food on the plate and was a little worried. Just now, in a moment of happiness, she had eaten more than twice as much as usual. He is not hungry. Don't worry about him. Come, eat this. Chu Yang didn't care about Mo Qingyu's life or death. Who said, I am not hungry? Mo Qingyu angrily said. Earlier, he had lost his appetite because of Chu Yang's scolding. Then he saw the two of them flattering each other. Their words were exaggerated, their tone was passionate, and their expressions were flattering. It made him want to vomit. The little miss was still young, so there was nothing wrong with that. But you, Chu Yang, you are already an adult, yet you still do such a thing. Your expression is even more exaggerated than the little miss. His appetite, which had just been aroused, immediately disappeared after seeing Chu Yang's expression. Plus, he felt full and wanted to vomit at this moment. Chu Yang was becoming more and more excessive. He didn't even leave his food. Mo Qingyu was furious. This is too much. After a few mouthfuls, the plate was already empty. Mo Qingyu raised his chopsticks and looked at the empty plates. He was very depressed. Not only did he step on nothing, but he also lost his food. He had just started to eat when he felt the most hungry. Looking at the other side, Mo Qingwu was holding her belly and rolling around on the bed. Wow, I ate too much. She secretly lifted her friend's clothes and said with a bitter face, oh no. My belly is not only round, but it is also bulging, Chu Yang burped. Then he calmly picked his teeth and said, is it delicious? Tomorrow, Big Brother will make more for you. Very good. Humph. Mo Qingwu happily patted her belly. In fact, it was not because the food was too good, but because Chu Yang's praise made her happy and her appetite increased. I haven't eaten yet. Mo Qingyu angrily said, Little Wu, come, let's move around. Big Brother will help you digest. If you eat too much, you will become a little fat girl, and you won't be pretty. Chu Yang ignored him. Hearing the serious consequences of won't be pretty, Mo Qingwu was very cooperative. She rolled off the bed and started to move around the table with Chu Yang. While exercising, her small mouth did not stop moving. Big Brother Chu Yang, do you think I will be pretty when I grow up? You will definitely be beautiful. You will be so beautiful that you cannot be more beautiful. Really? Really? In this world, there's no one more beautiful than Xiao Wu. Really? Ha ha ha. When Big Brother Chu Yang grows up, you will definitely be the most handsome. Is that true? Ha ha ha. Go Chuan. Sigh. Mo Qingyu sighed. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. With one big and one small by his side, it was a great torture. He could not bear to live through this day. Early in the morning, Chu Yang went out and came back with a big basket of rice and cured meat. He threw it in front of Mo Qingyu and said, Hey, are you hungry? Get lost. Mo Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted. The next day morning, Great Jiao, Qingyu Manor. Diwu Qing Ro looked at a piece of paper in front of him and frowned. On this piece of paper, there were only a few words. Many years of hard work. I have done my best. What do you all think? Diwu Qing Ro stood up and put the paper on the wall. Then he took 3 steps back to look at the words on the wall. Next to him, there were 3 other people. One of them was the skinny guy who appeared the other day. Looking at this handwriting, it should be number 1's handwriting. The skinny man muttered to himself as he looked at it carefully and said with certainty, "These 3 people were Diwu Qing, Ro's confidants. Each of them was very resourceful and had the ability to take charge of an area. The skinny guy was called Han Buchu. Another one was called Cheng Yin He. The last one was a righteous young man called Gao Sheng. Han Buchu and Cheng Yin He's background was very clear, but Gao Sheng's background was very mysterious. Plus, he had only been in Great Zhao for a few years, but he had already gained Diwu Qing Ro's favor and had a meteoric rise. Moreover, he was very arrogant and looked down on everyone else. Gao Sheng looked righteous, but he had a belly full of evil intentions. He often had the same views as Diwu Qing Ro. He was Diwu Qing Ro's right-hand man. This handwriting is a bit strange. Takai raised his head and looked at it carefully. He said, "It's the number 1 font, but why does it feel a little strange?" "It is a bit strange." Cheng Yin, he clasped his hands behind his back and pondered. "What is strange about it?" Diwu Qing Ro smiled, but there was a trace of worry in his smile. This was Diwu Qing Ro's style of doing things. He knew that he had a high position. If he wanted to do everything himself, then he would be too busy. Therefore, he used all kinds of methods to train his confidants so that they could take charge of an area. Every time something happened, even if Diwu Qing Ro had a conclusion, he would not say it out loud. Instead, he would discuss it. This discussion process was the process of these people's growth. The handwriting is number 1's handwriting, Pang tone. It is also number 1's tone. Plus, according to number 1's personality, this kind of choice is not enough for him to take charge. Han Buchu said, "We all know that number 1 is a very arrogant person. Whether it is intelligence or scheming, he is not below us. He will not accept his failure. I think that there is no problem with this note." And this note also shows that number 1 is still as stable as a mountain in Iron Cloud Nation and cannot be shaken. Even if King of Hell Chu has his suspicions, he will not risk universal condemnation and make a move against a saint of Iron Cloud. Han Buchu smiled and said, "Prime Minister can be at ease." "Not necessarily. There's something wrong with this note. On the surface, the distance between the first 4 words and the last 4 words is just right. This gap also shows that number 1 seems to be thinking hard after writing the first 4 words. But it's this gap that's problematic. Chapter 128. Gao Sheng, tell me what you think. Diwu Qing Ro smiled. What Brother Cheng just said was only the layout. What I am looking at is the handwriting. Gao Sheng was still frowning as he raised his head and said, "This humble one thinks that these words are rigid and incoherent. Look over here. Many years." These 2 words were clearly written in one go. But the mood of these words is different from the words blood and sweat. The last stroke of the word blood was slightly raised. This meant that the rest of the words were also written in one go. But on this piece of paper it was This shouldn't be. Moreover, the words, "I only did my best," are written in one go. But it looks a bit more rigid and lacks the meaning of solemn and stirring. If it was really written by number 1, then since he wrote these words, he must be prepared to die. He must be ready to draw his sword and fight to the death. We all know that when people write, their mood melts into their handwriting. And with this kind of mentality, with number 1's arrogance, he must have the meaning of, "I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor." But in this letter, there is not the slightest bit of that. On the contrary, it is very plain. Gao Sheng said, "Therefore, Prime Minister, this letter is worth considering. I personally think that number 1 has already met with misfortune. Or perhaps he has already fallen into the hands of King of Hell Chu. And this letter is clearly a trap. Oh. Diwu Qingrou's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. If this is a trap, then what kind of trap is it? What does King of Hell Chu want to obtain? If we are deceived by this letter, then we will naturally come to the conclusion that number 1 is safe and sound. Moreover, he is still in power. Gao Sheng glanced at Han Buchu. His eyes were filled with the meaning of little guy. You are stupid enough to come and discuss this. Han Buchu snorted and turned his head away. With this kind of mentality, we obviously have to continue to send people to contact number 1. That King of Hell Chu is waiting for us, and he can capture our people one after another. Although we are confident that number 1 won't reveal anything, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same. Once King of Hell Chu Prize open their mouths, then the entire intelligence network of Iron Cloud will be uprooted by King of Hell Chu. This was an extremely vile consequence. This is King of Hell Chu's vicious trap. Oh, then, in your opinion, is number 1 still alive? Gu Wuqing Ro seemed to be interested and joined in the discussion. Not necessarily. However, the possibility of him being alive is very high. Gao Sheng thought for a long time. He still said this sentence with uncertainty. Oh. Diwu Qingrou's looked at him. Number 1 has fallen into King of Hell Chu's hands. So, King of Hell Chu won't be able to get anything out of him. This is certain. Gao Sheng pondered. However, the enemy has such an important mission. Of course, we cannot let him go. It would be a pity to kill him. If I were King of Hell Chu, I would lock him up. If you won't talk for 1 day, would you not talk for 2 days, 3 days, or even a month? Gao Sheng said. Therefore, I estimate that number 1 should still be alive. However, he must not be feeling good. He must be tortured to get a confession out of him. Han Buchu interrupted. Gao Sheng, what you are saying is very problematic. At first, you only said that he might have fallen into the enemy's hands. That is reasonable. How can you say that he is definitely in King of Hell Chu's hands? And you are even torturing him? Aren't you being too arbitrary? Gao Sheng looked at him with disdain and revealed a mocking smile. He did not say anything. Han Buchu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He wanted to retort, but Changyin he pinched his thigh. He hissed and sucked in cold air. Diwu Qingrou's waved his hand at him, indicating that he should not speak. Is there a possibility that number 1 is already dead? Diwu Qingrou's asked. This possibility is very small. Gao Sheng paused for a moment and said, after being tortured, he would be half dead. Number 1 would definitely not say a word. This kind of person is left alive in the hope that he would be lucky enough to open his mouth. In other words, there is no reason for him to live. He is only being tortured. If King of Hell Chu is a hero, he would most likely give number 1 a quick death because he is not stupid. He knows that there is no point in keeping him alive. Gao Sheng said, but if he is not a hero, then number 1 would definitely be alive and continue to be tortured by him. Gao Sheng paused for a moment and then continued, according to the information we've collected about King of Hell Chu, his way of doing things, his temperament, and his several actions in Iron Cloud. I personally believe that this person is unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. He's definitely not an honorable hero. Plus, he is very good at grasping a point and following the vine to get to the melon. And number 1 is a very important bargaining chip in his hand. He would only use more despicable and cruel methods to make number 1 talk. He would definitely not kill him. Diwu Qingrou's face was gloomy as he slowly nodded. Gao Sheng said a lot and was already thirsty. He picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in 1 gulp. If things are as Brother Gao said, then number 1 is definitely in King of Hell Chu's hands. Prime Minister, what do you think about this matter? Chang Yundek asked, should we save or not? Save or not save? This question raised Gao Sheng's spirits. The 3 strategists looked at each other. They were somewhat nervous. Brother Chung, these words. That is a bit too much. Gao Sheng said, save or not. Prime Minister has his own plans. This matter is very important. How can it be decided in such a short time? The status of the three strategists was similar to that of number one. If Diwu Qing Ro chose to save number one, the three would feel warm in their hearts. This meant that if the three were to encounter similar situations in the future, Diwu Qing Ro would also save them. If he did not save them, the three strategists could understand. After all, number one was far away in Iron Cloud and would definitely be heavily guarded. Rescuing such an important person from the prison of a nation would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to save him, a lot of people would have to be mobilized. Even if number one was still alive, he would definitely be covered in injuries and unable to move. If he was not careful, the rescue team would be wiped out. There was a reason to save him. Not saving him was also understandable, but their moods were different. Diwu Qing Ro looked out of the window. His expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he seemed relaxed. Gao Xing's words were exactly what he was thinking. The three strategists' suggestion to save or not was also what Diwu Qing Ro was considering. Compared to the thoughts of the three strategists, Diwu Qing Ro had another layer of thought. Is this another trap set by King of Helchu? Is it possible that King of Helchu is using number one as bait to lure my people into the trap? One must know that to save number one, it must be carefully planned. Moreover, the people who go must be elite soldiers. If these people were to be lost, it would be a huge loss for my forces. Do or not. For the first time, Diwu Qing Ro felt that something was so difficult to decide. Saving was risky. Not saving was disappointing. Diwu Qing Ro knew that if he decided not to save him, Gao Sheng and the other two would understand. At best, they would only feel a little disappointment. But don't underestimate this disappointment. It could make people make an incredible change at a critical moment. Moreover, if he did not save him, would number one be disappointed? If number one was disappointed, he controlled more than half of Iron Cloud's news network. The three people quietly looked at Diwu Qing Ro. Save him! I must save him! Diwu Qing Ro finally made up his mind. His heart was bitter. If King of Helchu was the one who set this trap, then this long-distance confrontation is tantamount to my defeat. Because he had no choice but to follow the other party's plan. I want you to save him. You have to come. This was the first time in Diwu Qing Ro's life. He had always led others by the nose. Even Tai Longcheng, who was known as the continent's number one general, had been led by the nose by him for 10 years. Millions of soldiers were also under Diwu Qing Ro's control. If I want your soldiers to go, you have to go. If I want you to go 100,000 soldiers, you can't go 50,000. If I want to do something, you have to cooperate. Even if we are enemies, even if you hate me to the bone, you have to cooperate. Otherwise, you and your country will get nothing. I don't threaten you at all. You can only obediently follow my orders. Obediently follow my orders. I control the entire world with one hand and 2 countries with the other. Furthermore, they are 2 hostile countries. Others are filled with helplessness and anger. They can't wait to tear my skin off and eat my flesh, but they can only listen to me. Not listening is not acceptable. This was a pleasure. Diwu Qing Ro had always enjoyed this pleasure, but now it was finally his turn to let others enjoy this kind of fast spot for once. Prime Minister! The 3 people shouted at the same time. They wanted Diwu Qing Ro to make such a decision, but they also knew in their hearts how big the risk was. Even if I know that this is King of Helchu's trap, I still have to save him. Diwu Qing Ro would not change his mind once he had made up his mind. He looked at the 3 people and said, "Not just number one. If you were in such a situation, I would do the same." The 3 of them shuddered. They felt extremely ashamed of their previous thoughts. Trap. The three people reacted at the same time. Prime Minister, are you saying that this is King of Hell Chu's trap? Yes, it is a trap. This King of Hell, Chu, came out of nowhere. I didn't expect him to be Diwu Qingrou's lifelong enemy. Diwu Qingrou's eyes revealed a happy light as he said, I also didn't expect him to put me at a disadvantage in our first fight. The three people turned pale with fright. Chapter 129. Look, these prison traces are clearly the traces of number one. And King of Hell Chu had sent this letter with the help of our invisible falcon, Diwu Qingrou said. If it was an ordinary person, they would think that number one is fine. But King of Hell Chu is facing me, Diwu Qingrou. King of Hell Chu would not be so optimistic as to believe that I have already believed this note. You want to trick me, Diwu Qingrou, with a piece of paper that has no charm? I would have died countless times already, Diwu Qingrou said. So King of Hell Chu would not dare to think this way. But he still did it. This is undoubtedly a humiliation to us. Now, the bitterness in Diwu Qingrou's eyes had disappeared. They were now filled with a fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. This is a letter of challenge. It is a letter of challenge from King of Hell Chu to me. Diwu Qingrou's tone was heavy, and he predicted that I would accept it, so he already has the upper hand. However, Prime Minister, you can just ignore it and let him punch empty air, Han Buchu asked. This time, Gao Xing did not show any contempt for Han Buchu. Instead, he showed a faint admiration. Han Buchu was a bit impulsive and did not think very far. So Gao Sheng had always looked down on him. He did not understand why Diwu Qingrou would let Han Buchu attend every important meeting. In Gao Sheng's opinion, Han Buchu was not qualified to attend such high-level meetings. Plus, if he was Diwu Qingrou, he would have already kicked him out. But now he finally understood. Among the three of them, Han Buchu was the most terrifying person. If Han Buchu's words were not so obvious, Gao Xing would not have seen it. Every time Han Buchu spoke, he always had an opposing opinion. Moreover, it was a very strategic opposing opinion. It was also the opposing opinion that most people could think of. And every time Diwu Qingrou explained his opposing opinion, it made some people think, ah, so that's how it is. The Prime Minister is indeed brilliant. This was the best way to praise him. He lowered his voice, but it helped Diwu Qingrou's godlike reputation. This kind of person is not stupid, nor is he stupid. Presumably, when she was scolding him for being an idiot, he was also scolding her in his heart, right? As expected, Diwu Qingrou said, it's impossible for me to ignore this matter because it concerns my reputation and the people of Great Zhao. Under the Prime Minister's command, Diwu Qingrou said meaningfully, you must know that number one has too many resources for King of Hell Chu to dig out. If number one becomes suspicious of me and is disappointed, what do you think will happen? These words made the three of them break out in a cold sweat. Han Buchu's whole body was trembling, and he almost couldn't stand. He bowed deeply and said, Prime Minister is wise. It was this subordinate who was narrow-minded and used the yardstick of a villain to measure the heart of a ruler. I am extremely ashamed. Today, after receiving the Prime Minister's advice, only then would he be able to imbue himself with power. Wake up from your dream. Please forgive me, Prime Minister. Brilliant. What an expert. Gao Sheng sighed with admiration in his heart. If it was before today, he would have disdained to scold him. Bootlicker. But today, after listening to it, they realized that Diwu Qingrou was beating them up. Han Buchu's seemingly stupid, self-proclaimed mistake and flattery had completely eliminated any possible estrangement between Diwu Qingrou and the people sitting here. Therefore, when King of Hell Chu makes a move, I can't not take it. Diwu Qingro said, "Moreover, I must save him. This way. This is in line with King of Helchu's plan. And now, King of Helchu has probably laid down an inescapable net, waiting for us to fall into it. And we must fall into it. This is King of Helchu's power and the key to his success. Moreover, if I don't save him, King of Helchu will certainly use this point to say that I, Diwu Qingro, am cold-hearted by nature. Even my own capable subordinates who have made great contributions on the battlefield would not be able to save them. If this kind of public opinion were to spread throughout the world, it would affect the hearts of the people in the future, even the generals of the army and the officials of the royal court. If this were to create a stable environment, the impact would not be small." Diwu Qingro said casually with a scolding face and a calm nose. "Therefore, we must save him. But the problem is how?" Han Buchu, the most difficult person to support, jumped out again. He assumed a contemplative posture and asked a question that everyone already knew. This person is really powerful. Gao Sheng was convinced. When he asked this question, everyone was bound to consider this point. This saved Diwu Qingro a lot of trouble. Moreover, it made everyone feel that Diwu Qingro's wisdom is as high as the sky. Even someone like Han Buchu, who was against the idea, was unknowingly convinced by him. King-level Master Yin has already entered Iron Cloud. Plus, his mission is to kill King of Helchu and rescue number 1. Gao Sheng said, "Looking at the current situation, it is impossible for King-level Master Yin to save number 1. But killing King of Helchu is still possible. It is not impossible. I think we should patiently wait for 2 days for news from King-level Master Yin. Whether he kills King of Helchu or not, we will make a decision at that time." Then he smiled and said, "You must know that haste makes waste. If we rush, I am afraid that not only will we not be able to save number 1, but we will also suffer losses. The gains will not make up for the losses." When he said this, even Diwu Qingro looked at him thoughtfully. This was Diwu Qingro's plan, but Diwu Qingro would not say it himself. If he said it himself, it would appear that he was being ungrateful. One should know that there was still a general suffering in the enemy's prison. Therefore, he had to let the strategist say it. However, Diwu Qingro did not expect that the one to say this in advance was the young and impetuous Gao Sheng. "This is also a plan, but it is not appropriate." Diwu Qingro said, "Number 1 is still suffering. Every moment he stays there is like hell. How can I bear to? Prime Minister, this is not a problem that can be solved by being impatient. We all know your feelings for number 1, but this is the safest way." The best person jumped out again. His face was full of anxiety, fearing that Diwu Qingro would make an irrational decision. "Very well. Let 1 command horse rider and 8 high-level dark horse riders be on standby. Once King-level Master Yin sends back a message, no matter what, immediately move out. Save number 1 in 1 fell swoop. Kill King of Helchu and get rid of any worries." Diwu Qingro hammered the hammer. "You guys come up with 2 plans. If King of Helchu dies, how should we act? If he does not die, how should we rescue him?" The 3 agreed at the same time. Also, list King of Helchu as a high-level dangerous person. On the list of dangerous people in Iron Cloud, he is on the same level as Tai Butian and Tai Longqing. He is on the must-kill list of Golden Horse Riders Department. Diwu Qingro said slowly, "This person must not be allowed to grow. Once he matures, I am afraid that for Great Zhao, he will not be much worse than the real King of Hell." Diwu Qingro's face was gentle, but his heart was ruthless. "King of Helchu, you may have superhuman wisdom, but there are some things that do not rely on wisdom. The trap you set up might be able to trap a tiger, but I sent 2 dragons. No matter how smart you are, your foundation in Iron Cloud is still too weak. Golden Horse Riders Departments must kill list. Han Bu-chu and the other two were shocked, revealing an extremely shocked expression. The names on the must-kill list of Golden Horse Riders Department's must-kill list were all people that Diwu Ro thought were dangerous enough. Their names would be removed after they died. As long as they were alive, they would be on the list for another day. Moreover, no matter who you were, as long as you killed a person on the must-kill list, you would be bestowed a title of nobility or even a high official. The rewards were so generous that it made people stare. Every person in Golden Horse Riders Department looked at these names every day, and their eyes were already red from longing for them. Tai Butian and Tai Longcheng were already on the list. Ah, who would have thought that King of Hell Chu, who had just shown his talent, would receive Du Qingrou's special honor so quickly and have his name on the list? Chu Yang naturally did not know that he had already become a popular figure in Golden Horse Riders Department. He also did not know that the price of his head had skyrocketed to the point where it was enough for a small character to have a meteoric rise, and from then on live a life of glory and splendor. If he knew, perhaps he would have made his own head to receive the reward. At this moment, he was extremely busy. After he had collected his gambling debt that day, he had made a huge fortune. Although there weren't many heavenly treasures in the Imperial Palace, there were still a few of them. Although they weren't very rare, there were still rare treasures that were hard to find in this world. After swallowing, the Tribulation Sword's heavy pellet had already formed more than half. Only 1/5 of it was transparent, and the dregs of these elixirs were naturally used by the Tribulation Sword to fill Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang was currently refining the elixirs. With the true efficacy of these elixirs, it would be more than enough for him to break through to the martial warrior level. A huge amount of elixirs. But the sword spirit was firmly suppressing his level, so he could only stay at the level of a first-grade martial warrior. Moreover, he could not refine the elixirs at all. They could only fill his meridians. Want to level up? Good, train. Fight. Only by comprehending all the realms that a first-grade martial warrior could comprehend will you be allowed to level up to the 2nd grade. This kind of extremely responsible performance actually made Chu Yang very depressed. If he could level up by a few grades, he would have a better chance of survival. According to Chu Yang's guess, the person who came to kill him this time was at least a first-grade revered martial artist, or even a king-level master. How can I let go without power, even if I set a trap? But with my current strength, I can only trap a person. How can I trap a tiger? That kind of trap would only make the tiger more ferocious. Therefore, Ran Chuyang was currently sorting out the harvest of that day. As soon as he finished sorting it out, he would immediately go out and transform into the Dark Knight Challenger. Chapter 130. That day, the rare metals in the treasury were all absorbed by Calamity Sword under Chu Yang's strong request. The remaining essences were all taken by Calamity Sword. At this moment, they were all released. These were all raw materials for creating divine weapons. How could they be wasted? Rather than letting them rust in the palace, why not give them to me? Chu Yang put away the other tribulation swords, leaving only 2 pieces of star iron and red cloud steel. Naturally, Calamity Sword would not be merciful. The iron essence and steel essence had already been swallowed, leaving behind only star iron and red cloud steel. Star iron was indestructible. Moreover, if a sword was mixed with a few taels of star iron, not only would the sword itself be indestructible, but when facing an enemy, if energy was injected into the weapon, it would emit a star-like light, as if the entire weapon was glowing. This made it difficult for people to predict the direction of the weapon. Red cloud steel was simply a stroke of luck. Chu Yang did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the treasury of the Iron Cloud Imperial family. It could be said that in the entire treasury of Iron Cloud, this red cloud steel was the most valuable. Everything else added together was not as valuable as this piece of red cloud steel in Chu Yang's eyes. When he first found this red piece of iron, Chu Yang almost mistook it for something else. When he confirmed it, he almost jumped in joy. Red cloud steel, as the name suggests, was completely red. Moreover, the most important characteristic was that even though it was extremely hard and dense, it did not have any weight. This was the most peculiar metal that violated the laws of heaven and earth. Even a piece of red cloud steel, as big as a house, would only have the weight of cotton at most. This peculiar characteristic made all the martial artists in the world crazy. Ordinary weapons had weight. The more powerful the weapon, the denser and heavier it would be. The requirements for the user would also be higher. Moreover, it consumed physical strength. The biggest advantage of red cloud steel was that it did not consume the user's physical strength. As long as you had the strength of a baby, you could wield the weapon to kill the enemy. Moreover, it was indestructible and extremely sharp. However, this red cloud steel had always only existed in legends. Chu Yang had never found any weapon that was mixed with red cloud steel. In the imperial palace of Iron Cloud, there was actually a piece as big as half a table. Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Chu Yang also understood why Iron Cloud's royal family kept such a strange metal and did not use it. It was impossible to cut it open. Whether it was placed in a furnace or smashed with a sledgehammer, it would not be damaged in the slightest. I guess the royal family of Iron Cloud is also very depressed. They obviously know that it is a treasure, but they can't use it. This kind of red cloud steel could only be slowly melted by an emperor-level martial artist using their own true essence. Only then would they be barely able to separate a small portion of it. The reason it was called a small portion was because it was absolutely impossible for an emperor-level martial artist's true essence to melt the entire piece of red cloud steel. They would need to refine and melt it hundreds of times before they could gather enough red cloud steel for a single weapon. If one wanted to melt it completely, they would have to reach the level of a saint. However, Chu Yang didn't have such concerns at all. He was the master of Calamity Sword and Calamity Sword, not to mention dividing. It could devour. Therefore, the hardness of this red cloud steel was almost the same as the weight of Calamity Sword. It was not much harder than cotton. Naturally, there was a lot of steel essence inside such a rare treasure. After the Calamity Sword swallowed it, only a piece the size of a human head was left. More than half of it had been swallowed. King of Hell Chu was so heartbroken that he wanted to commit suicide. However, a piece the size of a human head was enough to make a weapon, and there were still some scraps left over. Chu Yang planned to make a knife for Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu liked knives and red. Chu Yang was very familiar with this. Every time they met in the previous life, Mo Qingwu was always dressed in red. Mo Qingwu's favorite style, favorite color, favorite things. Chu Yang remembered them all clearly. Making a weapon that Mo Qingwu would like was as easy as blowing off dust for Chu Yang. In fact, it was extremely simple. With the help of Calamity Sword, in less than an hour, a bright red scimitar with smooth lines and shining starlight was created. In the process of making this knife, even the sword spirit was almost destroyed by Chu Yang's nagging. Here, a little more. Here, make an arc. Here, a little sharper, a little thicker over there. That side can be smoother. Arc. What I want is an arc. In the end, the sword spirit directly stopped working. Damn it, make whatever you want. It's good enough that I cooperated with you once, and you're still not done? You actually scolded me. I've never seen so many things to make a knife. Damn it, it's more troublesome than embroidery. Chu Yang could only give in the end. He kept sighing. Only the last arc the size of a hair was left, and this knife was perfect. If the sword spirit had a body, it would probably jump out and fight with him immediately. This knife was directly made into a work of art by Chu Yang. It was indescribable. Even Chu Yang himself couldn't find any fault with this saber that he had made with his own hands. This saber was simply too beautiful. Chu Yang mixed a small amount of star iron into the knife. This made this knife, which was supposed to weigh at least 17 to 18 kilograms, weigh only 7 to 8 grams, and the star iron was arranged in the middle of the knife in the shape of the Big Dipper. When he waved it, it was as if the Big Dipper fell from the sky and danced around him. After he finished, Chuyang wanted to use the remaining half of the material to make himself a tableware, but the sword spirit directly flew into a rage. You have the Calamity Sword in your hand. What other weapon do you need? Are you looking for trouble? Chuyang was speechless. Thinking about it, he was indeed looking for trouble. With the Calamity Sword in hand, you actually want the Calamity Sword to make a weapon to compete with you? This was almost equivalent to a man saying to his wife, I want to find a mistress. Can you help me? How could he do such a stupid thing? He couldn't imagine how low his IQ was when he said that to the Calamity Sword. Zai Jing carefully put away the red cloud steel. He thought to himself, I'll leave it for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to use in the future. Holding this knife, Chuyang was very proud. He thought to himself that when he gave it to Mo Qinggu later, she must hug and kiss him happily. If Mo Qinggu had to return to the Mo clan, as long as she had this knife, even if she lost her 3 meridian, people would still think highly of her. Chuyang's plans for Mo Qinggu's future had indeed reached the point of being meticulous. Thinking of this, Chuyang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to the sword spirit. But the sword spirit ignored him. Chuyang humbly begged for a while before the sword spirit appeared with a nose full of disdain. What? There's something I need help with this knife. Fuck you. I say, are you done yet? This knife? The sword spirit was furious. You're more annoying than a fucking woman. There's just one more thing. I'm not free at all. The sword spirit's tone was stiff as he refused. Fuck. Say it again. King of Hell Chu was furious. He couldn't control his temper anymore. Fuck. I've given you face, haven't I? Do you believe that I won't kill myself immediately? Let you wait for another 10,000 years? King of Hell Chu flew into a rage. If you say no again, I'll die. Fuck. I'll still be a good man after 18 years, but you can only wait for another 10,000 years. And it's 10,000 years of chaos. You're ruthless. The sword spirit gritted his teeth. He really didn't dare to take the risk. If this be asterisk starred really slit his throat, he would be in trouble. With this be asterisk starred's temper, he might really go to extremes. Help with what? The sword spirit was unwilling. You're still unwilling? Forget it. I'll just die. I don't need you anymore. Don't, Chuda-cha. Life is so precious. How can you commit suicide? Call me Master Chu again. Fuck, if you want to die, then die. 10,000 years is 10,000 years. The sword spirit was furious. Don't. Sword spirit, come, look, just carve your name here. This isn't difficult, right? King of Hell Chu immediately softened. Are you kidding me? It was not easy to be reborn, and I even met Qingwu. How can I die so easily? Even if you die, you still want to live. Committing suicide is just a way for me to deal with you. Chuyang cursed in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile. He pointed at the saber. Oh, what do you want to carve? Here, carve the words dreaming of Qingwu, overturning the world of mortals. Chuyang said with a greedy face. In addition, help me make an antique scabbard. Ordinary materials will do. The sword spirit reluctantly completed the task and disappeared without saying goodbye. According to Chuyang's request, the scabbard was made to look like an antique. It was rusty, and there were a few almost transparent rust marks. No one would have thought that in such a shabby scabbard there would be such a dreamlike, peerless saber that could not possibly exist in this world. It's done. Chuyang snorted twice. There was a reason why he made such a scabbard. Even if it was Mo Qingwu's father, he could not let him know that he had the ability to make heavenly weapons. If people knew about this heaven-defying ability, Minister Chu would probably be transferred to some big clan's prison and become a professional blacksmith. This was picked up by a mountain one day when it collapsed. Well, didn't Beyond the Heavens Sex Mountain collapse a while ago? Chu Yang, instantly thought of a reason. As for the words dreaming of Qing Wu, overturning the world of mortals, it was naturally intentional. This was just a coincidence. This meant that this saber was meant to belong to Mo Qing Wu. Mo Qing Wu's name was engraved on it, and the meaning was profound. But the saber was in Mo Qing Wu's hands, and it was a woman's saber. There were 2 words Qing Wu on it. Who in the Mo clan would have the nerve to snatch it? Humph! If you want to protect this saber, you have to protect Mo Qing Wu. If you can't protect Qing Wu, your Mo clan won't be able to keep this saber. This, Chu Yang believed that the powerful Mo clan would be able to do. Chu Yang smiled sinisterly, writing through the night until 5:30 in the morning. When I logged into the web page, my whole body suddenly became ice cold. Looking at the words today's monthly votes count 1, my whole body suddenly became exhausted. Brothers, sisters, after my continuous outburst of writing a single chapter, 1 vote, this kind of situation, how can I endure it? With tears streaming down my face, I beg for another monthly vote. Chapter 131. When it was time to eat, King of Hell Chu had finished cooking. He carried the food on a large tray and hung a saber on his waist. He walked into the secret passage and asked for a kiss. Ahem. Mo Qing Wu's kiss at this age was not that good, but King of Hell Chu did not care. Inside the secret chamber, Mo Qing Wu was anxiously waiting. She had to admit that it was cruel to lock up such a cute and lively little girl in a secret passage. Even though the secret chamber was well lit and brightly lit, it still did not see the light of day. As for children, which one of them did not like to be busy? Inside, Mo Qing Wu was in even more pain. Because of Mo Qing Yu's injury, he had to circulate his energy every day to heal himself. Normally, a king-level master would not get injured, but once they did, it was extremely difficult to heal. Not to mention Mo Qing Yu's internal injury, which almost cost him his life. He meditated for a while and waited for his internal energy to accumulate. Then he would shake up his internal organs and spit out the blood clots in his body. Then he would have to heal the injury caused by the shock. It was extremely troublesome. Only when all the blood clots were gone and all the internal organs returned to normal and the meridians were completely unobstructed could he be considered fully recovered. Ah, Brother Chu Yang, you are here. Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up when she saw Chu Yang. She practically ran over and was about to jump into his arms. Ah, wait. I still have food in my hands. At this moment, Chu Yang was very angry with the food in his hands. If it weren't for these things, wouldn't he be able to hug a soft and fragrant body that he yearned for in his dreams and twirl around a few rounds? After putting down the food, Mo Qing Wu carefully came up to him. Brother Chu Yang, can you stay with me for a while? I am here by myself, so pitiful. Okay. Chu Yang repeatedly agreed. His heart was aching. Even if it is a big matter, I will put it aside for now. Look at my little Qing Wu. Is it time to eat? Mo Qing Yu walked out of the secret room from the other side of the room. Mo Qing Yu knew. Chu Yang only cares about the insignificant Mo Qing Wu. He doesn't even care about a king-level master like me. If I had come out late, I would have starved. This guy never knew how to respect his elders. At this point, Mo Qing Yu felt like he wanted to commit suicide. It was too depressing. Even in the 3 heavens, no matter which big clan he went to, with his king-level cultivation, which clan wouldn't be very polite, taking care of his food and drink, and even bringing something along with him when he left. But in this small place, he had actually fallen to the point where he was worried about every day, and if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't have any food to eat. Pass. This was simply unreasonable. Mo Qing Yu found that he had changed a lot since he started living here. At the very least, he ate on time, smelling the aroma of food. If he didn't hurry over, what awaited him would be leftovers. This was considered good treatment, but when it wasn't, he would starve. Furthermore, a mere martial artist dared to order him around. Warriors? And Mo Ching, you couldn't believe his own eyes. He was shocked by himself. When I first came here, this guy was only a martial warrior. How did he become a martial warrior in just 2 or 3 days? How did his cultivation speed become so fast? Since you are here, let's eat together. Chu Yang's tone made it seem as if he was doing Mo Qingyu a great favor. Thank you. Thank you so much. After saying this, Mo Qingyu wanted to slap himself a few times. Motherfucker. Why am I worse than a beggar? Being allowed to eat at the same table, why am I so grateful? Is this still a king-level master? Is this still me? If a king-level expert could do this, he might as well just kill himself. Do you have wine? In order to regain his dignity as a king-level master, Mo Qingyu put on a serious face and asked in a dignified manner. No. Chu Yang didn't even lift his head. Come, Xiao Wu, try this, try that. How can I eat without wine? Mo Qingyu glared. Eat if you don't want. Do you think I'll beg you to eat? If you don't want to eat, I'll save a portion. Chu Yang didn't care if you were a king-level master or not. He wasn't polite at all. He reached out to take Mo Qingyu's rice bowl. Don't. It's fine if you don't have wine. Cough, cough. I'm injured right now. I can't drink. You're still thinking of me. Great king-level expert, Mo immediately surrendered. He protected the bowl of rice with his hands. He had found an excuse for himself, but the tone of his voice sounded like he was pleading because King of Hell Chu was holding the bowl of rice with 2 fingers and was trying to pull it out. Do you still want a drink? King of Hell Chu calmly pinched the rice bowl. If he used any more force, the rice bowl would be broken. Don't drink. The rice is delicious. Mo Qingyu pitifully hugged the rice bowl and blinked his eyes. Ancestor, don't you know how to give me some face in front of the little miss? Ha ha ha. Mo Qingwu, who was drinking her soup, suddenly looked up. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She then coughed and rubbed her stomach in pain. Chu Yang and Mo Qingyu's faces were covered in vegetable soup, one after another. Brother Chu Yang is really amazing. Uncle Qingyu is famous in the clan for being addicted to alcohol. Aunt Qingyu has fought with him many times, but he still can't stop drinking. Mo Qingwu said with admiration. But when it comes to Brother Chu Yang, Uncle Qingyu doesn't drink anymore. Mo Qingyu wiped away the vegetable soup on his face. He bitterly thought, people under the eaves have to lower their heads. When my old injury is healed, I will teach this guy a lesson. Yes, because your Uncle Qingyu has grown up and is sensible. He doesn't drink anymore. Be good. Chu Yang gently said, drinking is not good. When little Qi grows up, he can't drink either. He remembered that in his previous life, Mo Qingwu also loved this drink. She often drank to drown her sorrows. I don't want to drink. Mo Qingwu blinked her big eyes. It's bitter and spicy. What's so good about it? I like to drink heavenly pear juice. Cough, cough. Chu Yang choked and coughed repeatedly. Heavenly pear juice. This kind of high-grade fruit could not be found in the lower 3 heavens, but Mo Qingwu actually used it to make juice every day. My family has heavenly pear gardens. Mo Qingwu's words made Chu Yang's coughing even worse. Mo Qingyu laughed on the side. He felt very relieved. Finally, I saw you embarrass yourself for once. After the meal, Mo Qingyu wanted to go back to cultivate and heal. Wait a bit, I still have something to do, Chu Yang said. To give this saber to Mo Qingwu, he needed someone to watch over it. Mo Qingyu was the perfect candidate. If no one knew and Mo Qingwu was allowed to play with it, it would be gone the moment she took it out. What is it? Mo Chang Yu turned around. I found a gift for Xiao Wu, and I need you to be a witness. Chu Yang looked at him and slowly said, What gift? Mo Chang Yu wanted to say, What kind of gift needs a witness? But when he saw Chu Yang's serious face, he knew that this gift was no small matter. If it was an ordinary gift, Chu Yang would have already pushed him to the side to make the little miss happy. This gift seemed to be very important. At the very least, he needed to watch over it. Moreover, it would be best if he could report it to the clan leader. Mo Qingyu was a king-level master. How could he be stupid? He understood as soon as he thought about it. He turned around and carefully sat down in his seat. This attitude was a sign of respect for Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, what gift? Mo Qing Wu tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang from left to right. Xiao Wu loves to celebrate birthdays. Every time it's my birthday, I get a lot of gifts. Chu Yang laughed and cleaned up the table. Then he took dreaming of a Qing Wu saber from his waist and solemnly placed it on the table. This saber is so ugly. Mo Qing Wu wrinkled her nose and looked at the broken scabbard. She did not like it, but Mo Changyu knew what it was. Seeing that the scabbard was so rusty, he knew that it was a rare antique. He could not help but ask, What is this? I don't know. When I was at Beyond the Heavens sect, one day the mountain collapsed and I accidentally found this. Chu Yang said seriously, It is a peerless treasure saber. Oh, a peerless treasure saber? Mo Qingyu was a little scared. With Chu Yang's personality, for him to say such things, could this saber be something extraordinary? Chu Yang reached out and grabbed the saber's hilt. The next moment, with a schwa sound, the saber left the scabbard. Suddenly, the entire secret room was filled with a dreamy red light. In Chu Yang's hand, the saber seemed to have a soul. It was sparkling. In this hazy, dreamlike red light, there were even specks of starlight twinkling. This made the saber look like an immortal weapon. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. After the light shone for a while, the saber's body could be seen clearly. The curve was gentle and beautiful. No matter where the saber was, it was just right. Even if a master craftsman were to see it, he would not be able to find any fault with it. A woman's saber, but it was the kind of saber that every heroine in Jiang would use. The beauty of this saber was indescribable and hard to describe. No matter who it was, when they saw this saber for the first time, they would be conquered by this saber. Hiss! Mo Chengyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Chu Yang so serious, he knew that this saber was not ordinary. But he did not expect it to be such a peerless treasure saber. Wow, what a beautiful saber! Mo Qing Wu clapped her hands. Her eyes were full of love. When she saw this saber, she was completely attracted to it. I will peel an apple for you. Chu Yang smiled at Mo Qing Wu and took out a round iron ball from his bosom. Then he placed the red saber on top of it and slowly rotated it. Don't damage this saber. Ah! Mo Qingyu only said one sentence, but he was completely stunned. Rings and rings of thin iron, shining with the unique light of iron, were slowly peeled off from the iron ball. It was just like peeling an apple, cutting iron like mud. Chapter 132. Not long after, Chu Yang cut out a shiny iron apple. It was very lifelike. He placed it on the table with a heavy thud. Brother Chu, this is too precious. Mo Qingyu did not dare to accept this priceless saber on behalf of Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu was still young, only a year and a half, and Chu Yang was giving her such a precious saber. As Mo Qingwu's family, Mo Chengyu also felt that this was too wasteful. This saber is not limited to this. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. He turned the saber around and handed it to Mo Chengyu. Mo Chengyu's hands trembled. Even though he was a master of Wang Tang, he had never seen such a heavenly weapon in his life. He took the saber with the mentality of a pilgrimage. With the saber in his hand, Mo Chengyu felt as if he was in a dream. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. This saber, why does it feel like it is weightless? He tried to weigh it in his hand and confirmed that this saber did not weigh more than 1 jin. Mo Chengyu looked at the saber in disbelief. His voice trembled as he asked, Could this be red cloud steel? His breathing became ragged as he looked at the mysterious red ghost on the saber. Mo Chengyu almost fainted. Yes, it is not only red cloud steel, but also star iron. Chu Yang said seriously, Senior Mo, you should know why I gave Xiaowu the saber. No, this is too much. Mo Chengyu jumped up as if his hand was scalded. His lips trembled as he spoke incoherently. It was as if he had a bullet under his butt. His mouth said that it was precious, but he held the saber in his hand and did not want to give it away. Priceless? How could this be just priceless? This is the best saber in the world since ancient times. Mo Chengyu's mind was in chaos. Oh heavens, is there really such a precious saber in this world? This is my gift to Xiaowu. Chu Yang frowned and repeated, Senior Mo, you should know why I gave her this saber. Mo Chengyu's body trembled. He finally calmed himself down from his excitement and asked seriously, What do you mean? I don't want Xiaowu to suffer any grievances when she returns to the clan. Chu Yang looked deeply into Mo Chengyu's eyes and said, This saber can be said to be the will of the heavens, and it has Xiaowu's name on it. I hope that this saber can accompany Xiaowu. I do not wish to see this saber in someone else's hands one day. Don't worry. As long as I, Mo Chengyu, am still breathing, this saber will only be in the hands of the little miss. Mo Chengyu stood up and said seriously, including your Mo clansmen. Chu Yang quietly added, Mrs. name is on it. Mo Chengyu suddenly remembered this phrase. He looked at the saber hilt and saw the words carved into it, dreaming of a gentle dance overturning the mortal world. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Could this really be the will of the heavens? With the hardness of star iron and red cloud steel, Mo Chengyu did not doubt that Chu Yang was the culprit. Not to mention Chu Yang, even if Mo Chengyu was at his peak, he would not be able to leave even a hair-sized mark on this saber. Give it to me, give it to me. Ying Qingwu opened her small hands and was impatient. Here you go. Chu Yang took the saber from Mo Chengyu's hands and handed it to Mo Qingwu. Don't cut your hand. Mo Chengyu anxiously shouted. This kind of saber cut was not a small matter. Unknowingly, one's wrist would fall off. How can a girl from a martial arts family cut her hand playing with a saber? Chu Yang looked at Mo Chengyu with disdain. Yes, how could Mo Chengyu not know this? Not to mention that Mo Qingwu was already 3 years old. Even if she was 3 years old, she wouldn't cut herself with this knife. However, Mo Chengyu's mind was shaken to the point where it was about to explode. How could he think of this? I actually saw red cloud steel today. Mo Chengyu rubbed his face until it turned red. He asked in confusion, Am I dreaming? This saber is so fun. Huh. Mo Qingwu's clear voice was heard. So beautiful. I really like it. Do you like it? Chu Yang's voice was heard. I like it a lot. Mo Qingwu smiled tenderly and fiddled with it lovingly. Then, Chu Yang stretched out a finger, pointed at his own face, and moved closer. Whack! Mo Qingwu did not hesitate. Her petal-like lips gave King of Hell Chu a sweet kiss. This. Chu Yang moved the other side of his face closer. Whack here. Whack. Here. Whack. Mo Qingwu did not reject him. Her red lips kissed Chu Yang until her saliva was all over his face. Ha ha ha. King of Hell Chu giggled like a love-struck fool. Mo Chung Yu's face was full of black lines. I have never seen this kind of person before. Liking a little girl is one thing. After all, everyone likes a cute little girl, right? But this is too much. He actually gave her everything. This saber, even if it was taken to upper three heavens, would cause a huge battle. This King of Hell, Chu, just casually gave it to a little girl he had just met a few days ago, who did not even know what a treasure saber was. Plus, after giving away the saber, he was only kissed a few times by the little girl. He was so satisfied that he was in the clouds. It was as if he had taken advantage of the heavens. Strange things happen every year, but only this year has more. Great King, level leader, Mo sighed. This kind of spoiling, Ghost Chung. Even compared to little Mrs. Mother, it is not inferior. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but say, "It is fortunate that you are not the little Miss biological father, otherwise." What Mo Chung Yu wanted to say was, otherwise, she would have been spoiled by you to the point of lawlessness and become a little devil. I am her father? Chu Yang could clearly feel his forehead full of black lines. I can't stand someone who is not related to me by blood calling me uncle, but now, I am her father? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Minister Chu roared and completely flipped out. This sentence is extremely disgraceful. Mo Qingyu was the same as Chu Yang. His face was full of saliva. However, Chu Yang's was kissed by Mo Qingwu, while his was spat by King of Hell. Chu, Great King level leader Mo, felt extremely wronged. What is going on? I'm just speaking from my heart. Do you have to act like you want to eat me? Just as he was about to speak, he heard Minister Chu angrily say, "Shut up!" Mo Ching, you felt like his stomach was about to explode from anger. I am telling you, I am giving this saber to Qing Wu. It is not for the Mo clan. Understand? Chu Yang angrily glared at him and shouted, "Also, no one is allowed to steal it. Even if Mo Tianji wants to steal it, I will castrate him. Understand? After Xiao Wu goes back, if she is wronged in the slightest, I will wash the Mo clan with blood. Understand? About this saber, go back and tell Xiao Wu's bastard father. Just do as I say. Understand?" Chu Yang's anger reached the sky as he asked a series of questions. Mo Chungyu's eyelids were almost stained with saliva. He was intimidated by Chu Yang's imposing manner and repeatedly nodded. "Okay, I am leaving." Chu Yang disappeared with a whooshing sound. What a joke. That's a king-level expert. I'll take advantage of him when he's distracted. I can't wait for him to regain his senses. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be able to beat him. After Chu Yang left for a while, Mo Qingyu was still in a daze. He finally woke up and let out a cry. His eyelids had dried up and were stuck to them by Chu Yang's saliva. From this, it could be seen that Minister Chu's saliva was very nutritious. Mo Chengyu wiped his face and was about to go crazy. He was about to rush out. "Uncle Qingyu." Mo Qingwu timidly called out, "Don't get up. I am scared here. Tell me a story." Mo Chengyu stopped and turned around to look at Mo Qingwu. He could not help but cry out, "Little ancestor, you two are playing me to death." Chu Yang was naturally waiting to be trained up there. The current him had already slipped away like a wisp of smoke to continue his great undertaking of challenging others. So what if it is a treasure saber? Am I really going to give it to you? Humph. When Qing Wu marries me in the future, this saber will still be surnamed Chu. Chu Yang happily thought to himself. These 2 days, he and little Luo have been getting along better and better. Minister Chu felt that the future was very good. He was already thinking about getting married in the afternoon. He went back to Butian Pavilion to check. Chung Ang and Chun Yu Tong were already out on missions. Wu Qianqian was wearing her ferocious mask and black robe to oversee Butian Pavilion. There was nothing for him to worry about as for the new recruits during this period of time. They were all gathered together for training. In Chu Yang's words, they were going to train until they died. Do you want to be promoted and get rich without suffering? How could it be so easy? The training ground was filled with wailing and howling every day. What was even more outrageous was that there was a third-level martial master in his 40s who was training until he cried. His tears and snot were all over his face. He was so heartbroken. It was too tiring. For such a weakling, Minister Chu ordered, double the amount of training. However, there was one piece of news that made Chu Yang uncomfortable. He Mo and his men did not leave. Instead, they stayed in Iron Cloud Citadel. Every day, they would leave early in the morning and return late at night. They were still searching for Mo Qingwu and Mo Qingyu's whereabouts. As for Mo Tianji and the others that Chu Yang wanted to keep a close eye on, there was no news at all, other than that. Chu Yang had also greatly improved the defense of the prison cell during this period of time. Furthermore, he had continuously increased the number of manpower and facilities in all directions. He had even transferred over 10 revered martial artists and over 20 martial great masters from Tai Butian's subordinates to guard the cell tightly. Chu Yang did not know if Duwu Qingro would be fooled or not, but he knew that if he was Duwu Qingro, he would still send people even if he knew it was a trap. Chapter 133. Sigh, this is the 4th update. After he was done here, Chu Yang continued to tirelessly challenge people, causing all the martial artists in Iron Cloud Citadel to become restless. If someone was paying attention, they would notice that the Dark Knight Challenger's opponents had increased in rank. Normally, he would challenge 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade martial artists. It turned out that they were all challenging first pin. He really didn't know where this Dark Knight Challenger got such accurate information from. Sometimes, after challenging someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for half a year, the next one would be someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for 1 or 2 years. And then the next one would be someone who had been a 3rd grade martial artist for several years. So accurate. Those who were knowledgeable all sighed in their hearts. What they did not know was that Chu Yang's Butian Pavilion had detailed information about these people. If he could not find them, that would be strange. During this time, Chu Yang was also bored. Gu Duxing said that he was going out to look for people, but he disappeared without a trace. Sometimes Chu Yang wondered, where did he go to look for people? Did he go to the upper 3 heavens? How come there is no news of him at all? Chu Yang naturally did not know that Gu Duxing, based on the principle of Ning Kei's mother is promiscuous, chose subordinates for him, and they were all elites in front of Dangyang Mountain. Sword energy soared to the heavens. Gu Duxing slowly pulled out his black dragon sword. The sword body was like autumn water, shining brightly. The sword light reflected on his face. Gu Duxing's face was like the sword body, emitting a fanatical light. Fanatical but calm. The sword body was like ice, his face was like ice. Only his eyes emitted a blood-red fanaticism. His feelings were only for his sword. He was not a match for it. I will ask again, will you come with me? Gu Duxing's gaze was fixed on the sword body. He lowered his head and asked softly. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her soft words were filled with determination. If I don't go with you, you will kill me. Opposite him, a young man in green looked at Gu Duxing in disbelief. Duxing, this is not like you. What makes me surprised is that you actually want me to be someone else's subordinate. It's not your own power. Is this still you? You and I have been in 3 heavens for many years. Yet you actually ignore it? It's because you're my friend that I'm giving you this chance. Gu Duxing coldly said, GMO, you and I are friends, but we've never opened our hearts to each other. Now, I'm giving you a chance to be a true friend, a brother. If you refuse, you will become my enemy. You refused because you wanted to teach. The green-clothed youth laughed in amusement. Gudu, you and I were equally famous in the Tsong Lan battlefront. Since then, what good things have I forgotten about you? And now, you're actually falling out with me because of someone you've only known for a few days? Even the reason is to drag me over to be someone's subordinate. I'm not willing. He shook his head. I really don't know why. Are you crazy? GMO, don't talk nonsense. You and I have always been equally famous. We have also fought a few times. I can't beat you, but you can't beat me either. Gu Duxing said, I know that you have always wanted to do something. Your G clan also has no place for you. With your big brother, you can't stand out. But now you have a chance to stand out. The three of us accept someone else's rule, become someone else's subordinate, stand out in the three heavens? GMO looked at Gu Duxing in amusement. Gudu, are you dreaming? Whether I'm dreaming or not, we'll know after we fight. Gu Duxing coldly said. I've only met him for a few days, but now I'm already above you. If you can convince me, I'll go with you. GMO snorted. But if I can't be a subordinate, I can help. Whether I win or lose, I have to make this clear. You're already weak. Gu Duxing's aura suddenly rose. He looked at GMO like a knife. You're already thinking about losing. In the past, you wouldn't have thought about it. Now that you're thinking about it, it means that you don't have the confidence to beat me. Without the will to win, you'll lose. You're no longer my opponent. Why don't you just come with me? Bullshit, GMO angrily shouted. Do you really think you can beat me? Gu Duxing flicked the sword with his finger. With a buzzing sound, the black dragon's body emitted a black fog. In the dense fog, the shiny sword flashed in the fog, like a divine dragon, vivid and lifelike. Then he didn't say anything else. With the sword in front of him, his hand moved with the sword, his arm moved with the sword, his elbow moved with the arm, and his body moved with the elbow. His whole body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed out. In front of him, GMO's pupils suddenly shrank. All of Gu Duxing's movements converged into one, drawing the sword. But the strangest thing was that all of his movements were full of layers. It allowed people to clearly see the sword move, the hand move, the arm move, the shoulder move, the body move, and the leg move. Every movement seemed to be independent, but it was clearly just one sword move. Before the sword arrived, the momentum of the body was already overwhelming. Before the body arrived, the sword aura was already chilling. GMO was shocked. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. He gritted his teeth and came forward, saying angrily, So what if you've improved? He didn't finish his words because Gu Duxing had already arrived. A gust of chilly sword energy enveloped his entire body. The ferocious attacks made GMO feel as if he couldn't breathe. It was like a small boat in the middle of a raging sea, full of danger of capsizing at any time. GMO used all his strength to resist. For a moment, he didn't even have time to roar, let alone speak. GMO and Gu Duxing were equally famous in the upper three heavens. They were the rising stars of the two big clans, and neither of them had the right to inherit. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other, but they also appreciated each other. They had fought countless times, and each time they were evenly matched. But now GMO felt that his hands and feet were tied when Gu Duxing made a move. And this kind of feeling had never appeared before. Do you agree? Gu Duxing asked while gritting his teeth and thrusting his sword 100 times in a flash. This feeling of completely suppressing his old rival, who was originally on par with him, was really too good. Even Gu Duxing, who always had a cold face, was somewhat addicted to it. GMO clenched his teeth and waved his sword crazily. Do you agree? Gu Duxing moved his sword faster and faster. Do you agree? GMO was sweating all over. He gradually felt that he couldn't withstand the opponent's attacks anymore. He wanted to speak, but he was suppressed by the sword aura. He didn't have a chance at all. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Even if you want me to agree, you should let me speak first, right? There's no time at all. Once I speak, my chi will leak. I'm afraid your sword will pierce dozens of holes in my body. How can I agree? Actually, GMO already wanted to agree now. No matter what, before he came down, Gu Duxing and he were evenly matched. This was a fact. But now, Gu Duxing had obviously risen to a new level in just a few days. Just based on this speed of improvement, if that person really made Gu Duxing improve like this, there was nothing wrong with agreeing. Who didn't want to reach the peak as soon as possible? Enjoy the wonderful feeling of looking around and not having any opponents? Only being a subordinate for a few years and being able to get such an opportunity to reach the peak. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Even if it was an apprentice, he still had to work for his master. Jimo didn't know what was going on. Today, Gu Duxing used some unknown method to suddenly find him. He hadn't even recovered from the surprise of meeting after a long time, and Gu Duxing had already cut the Gordian knot and stated his purpose of coming. I've joined an organization and need manpower. I want you to go. This first sentence made Jimo's brain short-circuit. Do you agree to go or not? If you don't go, I'll beat you until you go. Gu Duxing wasn't a good lobbyist at all. He fell out with just 3 sentences. As the party being interrogated, GMO didn't even have time to get angry before Gu Duxing flipped out first. Then he talked with his fists. No, he talked with his sword. Gu Duxing was definitely the first person in history to be such a lobbyist. Gu Duxing was even very angry in his heart. I'm asking you to go for your own good. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to be invited by me. GMO felt extremely wronged. I haven't even said anything. I don't even know what organization you've joined, what's its name, and who's the leader. Which senior? He didn't say anything clearly and actually started to suppress him with force. GMO was also a proud and arrogant person. How could he be so easily convinced? Facing Gu Duxing's overbearing attitude, GMO was furious. Even if you're the one inviting me to go to heaven, I'll still beat your arrogance down first. Moreover, Gu Duxing strongly revealed an expression of, I'm inviting you because I think highly of you, which made GMO even more unconvinced and indignant to the extreme. But now that they started fighting, GMO immediately regretted it. Fuck! The two of them aren't even on the same level. How to fight? Gu Duxing's aura now had an overwhelming advantage, and his martial power was also a level higher than GMO's. His swordsmanship had also suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming a level higher. What made GMO the most speechless was that even his body movement technique, which he had always been proud of and which had always been his biggest asset to suppress Gu Duxing, had actually lost its original effect. Gu Duxing's current body movement technique had actually completely suppressed him. This made GMO feel as if the world was spinning. Fuck! What kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter did Gu Duxing get? In the short span of a month, he had completely changed his face and bones. I was originally on the same level as him, and neither of us could do anything to the other. But now, in front of him, I'm just a punching bag. Calling me a punching bag would be an insult to a punching bag. Smack, smack, smack. Gu Duxing was in high spirits. With a long whistle, his sword momentum was fully unleashed. GMO. Caught off guard, his body was instantly hit by the sword's spine 30 to 40 times consecutively, and he screamed in pain. Wait. Taking advantage of the time when he was being beaten, GMO somersaulted out and shouted in midair. He had no choice but to shout because Gu Duxing had already followed him up like a shadow and was about to be abused again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Chapter 134. Gu Duxing stopped. What? Was he the one who taught you all these improvements? Was he the one who taught you all these improvements? GMO asked in exasperation. Of course. Gu Duxing was very proud. I joined. GMO heaved a sigh of relief. Motherfucker. Just to defeat you and avenge that sword of yours. This old man also joined. Damn it. I'll just be your subordinate for a few years. Gu Duxing's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. What's the name of this organization? It's not small, right? GMO sat down on the ground and took deep breaths. His eyes flashed with excitement. What's the name of the boss? Which senior from upper three heavens is it? Since he had decided to join, GMO's interest in this organization grew. In GMO's mind, someone who could make Gu Duxing improve like a rocket and give him special improvements must be an earth-shattering figure, and definitely an invincible existence. The organization established by such a person would certainly be very big and very powerful. Such a person would have already established his own sect in the upper three heavens. He wouldn't have the time to set up a new organization. Therefore, it must be some senior from the upper three heavens who wanted to have some fun after a long period of silence. GMO was very curious. The organization is called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. There are many divine weapons there. Every one of them can cut through gold and jade. My black dragon can't be compared to those weapons at all. Those weapons are just legends. Gu Duxing said coolly. Ah, really? Doesn't that mean I have a chance to get a legendary divine weapon? GMO's eyes shone, full of expectation, thinking of himself holding an invincible weapon and sweeping the world in Jianghu, and the envious gazes of others, especially those bastards from upper three heavens who used to be on the same level as him, looking at him with admiration. Thinking of this, GMO almost wanted to go crazy. Yes, you do have a chance. Gu Duxing thought for a while and said, but with your lazy personality and rascal temper and your attitude of not standing if you can sit and not sitting if you can lie down, I reckon the chance is not big. How come I'm like that? GMO was unconvinced. I've always been very serious. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes. Hey, Brother Gu, we'll be considered to be on the same boat in the future. Why are you keeping it a secret from me? GMO said with a drooling face. Tell me which senior expert is the boss. Emperor level? Monarch level? Every time he asked, Gu Duxing would shake his head. Asterisk, asterisk. Could it be a saint? GMO's voice trembled, and his eyes emitted a wolf-like green light. He was so surprised that even his hands and feet were trembling. He knew Gu Duxing's character. Apart from the Gu clan, no one else had any hope of subduing him, or the emperor level. There was still a tiny bit of hope. As for the monarch level and king level below the emperor level, there was no need to even mention them. He was neither an emperor level nor a monarch level. Could it really be a saint? Mother, your son is really lucky this time. To be able to work under a saint-level expert and learn martial arts, GMO almost fainted from happiness. He's not a saint either. Gu Duxing said concisely, Great Master Gu, Grandfather Gu, please tell me. GMO stood up and diligently massaged Gu Duxing's shoulders. He said with a flattering smile, Brother Gu, please tell me. His voice was so coquettish that it made Gu Duxing shiver. Get lost. Don't disgust me like this, Gu Duxing said angrily. Then he turned his neck in pleasure. Over there, a little to the right. Use more strength, a little lower, a little higher, a little to the left. Finally, after enjoying a super high-level massage, GMO asked while panting, Boss, you should tell me now, right? Yes. Gu Duxing's face became serious. GMO held his breath and looked at Gu Duxing's mouth. He was full of expectation as he waited for the news that would definitely shock him. He's not an emperor level, nor a monarch level, and definitely not a saint level. Gu Duxing said slowly, Oh my, you've learned how to trick people. GMO was so anxious that his head was sweating and his palms were hot. What kind of earth-shaking person is he? Just tell me. Even if he's a supreme level expert, I can still handle this surprise. Yes, he seems to be a 7th grade martial warrior right now. He should be there by now. Gu Duxing said seriously. Sure enough, it's just as I expected, haha. GMO was ready to laugh out loud. Then he was tongue-tied. He opened his mouth and used so much force that his lips almost split open. What did you say? You didn't hear wrong. Boss is a martial warrior. Gu Duxing said indifferently. GMO clearly heard the sound of his chin hitting the ground. He forced a smile and said while stammering, Brother Gu, Grandpa Gu. What a joke. How can you say that? This is true. I'm not joking. Gu Duxing said seriously, I'm telling the truth. With a thud, GMO fell to the ground and said in pain, Gu Duxing, just kill me. Suddenly, he jumped up and gritted his teeth. Gu Duxing, you're good. You're really promising. Not bad, not bad. GMO, just realized that you, Gu Duxing, are actually such a great person. He nodded fiercely. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Running out of the lower 3 heavens with a martial great master cultivation to be a subordinate of a martial warrior from the lower 3 heavens. You really make me unable to believe it. If this were to spread out, you would be the idol of all the old women in the lower 3 heavens. Stop talking nonsense. We should hurry. Gu Duxing said coldly. I regret it. GMO sat on the ground and shook his head like a rattle. I'm not going. Are you going or not? Gu Duxing's eyes narrowed and emitted a dangerous aura. He was about to make a move. I won't go even if you beat me to death. GMO said fiercely. Good, you said it. Gu Duxing didn't use his sword and directly flew up with his bare hands. Puff, 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 puff. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Puff, puff. Puff, 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 puff. Are you going or not? Not going. Puff, puff, puff. Stop hitting me. Woo, are you going or not? I'm going. Gu Duxing finally stopped while panting and scolded. Cheap. You are cheap. If I don't beat you up, you'll be dead. Woo. GMO lay on the grass, sadly. I'm cheap? Let me beat you up instead? Didn't you say that you won't go even if I beat you to death? You're not dead yet. I said that I won't go even if you beat me to death. As long as I don't die, I'll go. GMO shouted and thought angrily in his heart, if you didn't beat me like this, I really wouldn't go. A real man keeps his words. But if it's too hard to bear, I can also go back on my words. Get up. Do you think it's nice to lie on the ground with your butt sticking out? Hurry up. We still have to find someone else. Gu Duxing kicked him impatiently. GMO jumped up with a cry and said, You still have to find someone else. Yes, go and pull Little Wolf in. Gu Duxing stepped forward slowly. Little Wolf. Luo Kadi? GMO couldn't help but rub his palms together. That's right, that guy has had enough of being his big brother's punching bag in the Luo family. I support you in this matter, Dugu. He thought to himself, I'm not the only one who has been deceived. It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. I will definitely support Dugu and pull that guy down with me. Even if I have to rebel in the future, at least I have one more ally, right? Thinking of this, GMO happily followed behind Gu Duxing's, but in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Chuyang sent people to watch the movements of Hey Mo every day. What annoyed him was that the group of bastards living here just didn't want to leave, and he didn't know where the other group went. Originally, there were 14 people, but now there were 7 people living here. Not only did they not leave, but their movements in Iron Cloud Citadel became even more frequent. They were everywhere, day and night. This made Chuyang very unhappy. If they didn't leave, Mo Ching-Wu could only stay in the secret room. Wouldn't that suffocate her? Chuyang thought for a long time and decided to pay them a visit. Just think of it as burning incense to attract ghosts. I'll burn incense to send the ghosts away. Teacher letting them stay here was really not a good idea. Minister Chu ordered someone to make a gift and had someone carry it. Then he walked to the biggest inn in Iron Cloud, Cloud Gate Inn. It was as if a noble family was traveling. Even Bution Pavilion's Iron Blood Torture Hall members did not know that the person they were following right now was their immediate superior, the King of Hell Chu, who made their brothers tremble at the mention of his name. Yin Wu Fei's belly was about to explode from anger. This king-level master of Golden Horse Riders Department felt that he had never been so angry in his life. The three of them arrived at Iron Cloud last night. Since they were exhausted, they first found an inn to stay in. The place they chose to stay was even specially chosen. It was not far from Bution Pavilion. It faced each other from a distance. After they settled down, Yin Wu Fei did not have time to make any preparations. He immediately ordered for the people of Golden Horse Riders Department in Iron Cloud to see him. In the end, they went to several secret meeting rooms, but they were all empty. Not a single person could be found. Yin Wu Fei was filled with anger. He ordered the other two people to follow the secret signals. The result was that 80% of the signals had been tampered with, or completely disappeared. It was not until midnight that they were able to contact him. Moreover, he was like a frightened bird. Sun Changfa, who was a martial master, had tears and snot running down his face when he saw the king-level expert. King-level master, it is not that we did not do our job well. It is that King of Hell Chu is too cruel. There were a total of people under me, and they were divided into 3 groups. They were all single groups, and they didn't know each other. I was very cautious. On that day, Lu Xiaosan and Deng Xiaowu suddenly disappeared. They only found out the next morning that Lord Wu, who was in charge of contacting them, was imprisoned, and his whole family was executed. Their original place of residence was also raided, and the business they used to hide was also closed. Chapter 135. Sun Zhang, Fei's face was mournful. I had to send out the news when I saw Da, Li He, and Peng Huihui coming to me with pale faces and pale lips. They said that Lu Xiaosan, Deng Xiaowu, and Zhang Ning's heads were hung on the city walls, but Li Shun's head was not. Then I heard that Li Shun's team was uprooted from top to bottom. King-level leader, more than 40 people, they all died. Sun Zhang Fei's entire body trembled. Tomorrow, Li He also disappeared. Peng Huihui wandered around for half a day before leaving. Then he found Li He dead in a forest. Peng Huihui came back to tell me, and in a short time, I was surrounded by Bution Pavilion. Luckily, I had a secret passage to escape, but Peng Huihui was also gone. In other words, your team should have had more than 10 people, but now there is no one left? You're the only one left? Yin Wu Fei was angry at first, but as he listened, he felt that the situation was serious. Not to mention anything else, Bution Pavilion's actions were too fast. As soon as they found a clue, they began to pursue and kill until there was no one left. Not to mention the others, Sun Zhang Fei's team had nearly 100 people. As an outside intelligence organization of Golden Horse Riders Department, it could be considered a large department. Plus, they were very cautious. All 3 departments had been in contact with each other. This was the safest method, but it was still within 2 days. Yes, Yin Wu Fei had been calculating since Sun Zhang Fei started to talk. 2 days. In just 2 days, they were all caught in one fell swoop. I am the only one left. Sun Zhang Fei was a little dejected. As for the other departments, I only have one-way contact with them. I do not know if there are any other departments. However, during this time, blood has flowed like a river. Besides the officials who raided their homes, we also killed nearly 400 people. I estimate that these 400 people should be our spies in Iron Cloud Citadel, Sun Zhang Fei shivered. If we calculate according to the scale of my team, for 100 people, including my 5 teams, They were all wiped out. King-level leader. I went to the execution field every day to count the heads. Every day, the number of heads increased by a lot. As the head of a department, Sun Zhang Fa naturally had a certain amount of ability. His deduction, it was almost in line with the current facts. But because of this, he did not dare to show himself. Even when they saw the secret signal, they didn't dare to respond. They even disguised themselves and deliberately bumped into the wall, smashing their faces beyond recognition. Yin Wu Fa's anger gradually calmed down. The worse the situation was, the calmer he became. In his hands, he had the information of all the contacts in Iron Cloud. He remembered it clearly. Iron Cloud Citadel had 3 silver horse riders and 5 iron horse riders. The silver horse knights couldn't move, so only the iron horse knights were left. Of the 5 iron horse knights, one of them was the chief commander, while the other 4 each had 2 intelligence sources under them. This was the strategy that Diwu Qingro had adopted when establishing the Golden Horse Riders Department. The 2 intelligence agencies had to be separated. No one could know each other. The 4 Iron Horse Knights were also strangers to each other. Each of them was only responsible for the leader. This Sun Changfa was the leader of one of the 2 intelligence forces under one of the Iron Horse Knights. He was also the first person Yin Wu Fa found in Iron Cloud Citadel. If there were a total of 8 intelligence sources, then according to Sun Wufa, at least 5 of them had been destroyed. There were only 3 strands left. This King of Hell Chu was really fast. There was a light knock on the door. Yin Wu Fa snorted and the door opened. A man dressed entirely in black entered in a flash and asked, "May I know which lord is in front of you?" Yin Wu Fa looked at him for a while. He flipped his hand, and a small jade tablet appeared on the table. On it, 5 gems formed a small throne. Next to it was the word 3. So it is the 3rd king-level leader. Forgive me for my lack of manners. The man in black was shocked and quickly knelt down. Stand up and tell me about your situation. This man in black was the Iron Horse rider that the 2 revered martial artists found. Right now, the 2 revered martial artists were still outside. It would have been fine if he didn't speak, but once he did, Yin Wu Fa's nose became crooked again. This Iron Horse rider had lost more than half of his 2 intelligence sources. There were still many who surrendered. There were less than 10 people who could be used. Good, very good. You have all done well. Yin Wu Fa clenched his teeth. His right hand, which was placed flat on the table, slowly sank into the table and silently created a palm-sized hole. The Iron Horse rider stood to the side and did not dare to breathe loudly. The atmosphere was very heavy. After a short while, 2 more Iron Horse Knights arrived. Soon after, the commander arrived as well. After that, no one else came. Not long after, the 2 revered martial artists also hurried back. With heavy expressions, they said, "King-level leader, the last Iron Horse rider has been destroyed. All of his intelligence sources have been wiped out." Good. What a good King of Hell Chu. Truly vicious and merciless. Yin Wu Fa was so angry that he laughed. Before coming here, all of the higher-ups of Golden Horse Riders Department speculated that their intelligence network in Iron Cloud would be severely damaged. But they did not think that it would be to such an extent. More than half of it was destroyed. Who is in charge of contacting Official Tang? Yin Wu Fa asked. Official Tang did not allow us to take the initiative to contact him. Plus, Official Tang's whereabouts are unknown. We have asked around, but have not heard anything about Official Tang's whereabouts. The commander of the Iron Horse Riders respectfully said, "Oh, it seems that Official Tang's situation is not looking good." Yin Wu Fa sighed deeply. He said, "Let me see if you can gather any information about King of Hell Chu." The four people looked at each other and exposed a bitter smile on their faces. Then they said, "We all know that the main hall has sent people to deal with King of Hell Chu. But this matter is extremely confusing. Cough, cough." The commander of the Iron Horse riders looked very depressed. "What is it?" "This King of Hell Chu, cough, cough. There's a lot of information about him." The four people took out a thick stack of information and placed it on the table in front of Yin Wu Fa, covering the handprint that was left on the table. A lot of information. Yin Wu Fa looked at the 1-foot thick stack of documents. His usually gloomy face suddenly changed, and his eyes widened as he read through it. So much! Yin Wu Fa could not believe it. "Yes, king-level leader, I feel that it is not complete." The four people looked ashamed. "Not so much." Yin Wu Fa was speechless. He looked at the thick stack of information with hundreds of thousands of words. Not complete? Is this King of Hell Chu an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years? How can there be so much information? Sit down, I will look at the information. Yin Wu Fa was angry, but he could not do anything. The four of them sat down obediently. Sun Zhang Fa also wanted to sit down, but just as his butt touched the edge of the chair, he heard Yin Wu Fa snap his fingers. Then a revered martial artist appeared in front of him. Then he did not know what happened. With a cracking sound, his neck was broken. The revered martial artist seemed to have done something insignificant. He carried the body and floated out. The four Iron Horse riders felt their scalps tingle. Then their bodies relaxed. Their subordinates did not have the opportunity to see them. Today, this guy actually saw all four of them. Even if Yin Wu Fa did not deal with the four of them, he would not let Sun Zhang Fa live. No matter how loyal you are, it is not as good as being loyal to yourself. Bang! Yin Wu Fa slapped the table and turned around as if he wanted to eat someone. "This is the information you collected on King of Hell Chu?" Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the four people. "Bastard, what kind of mess is this?" Yin Wu Fa rarely got angry, but this time he could not control himself. King of Hell Chu's information was too messy. King of Hell Chu, face unknown. He often wears a ferocious mask and a black robe. His name is Chu Yang, 10 years and 8 months old. It is said that he came from beyond the Heaven Sect. He is the little brother of Meng Chao Ran, the master of Purple Bamboo Academy. Later, because he was jealous of his martial brother, he accidentally killed his martial brother and was expelled from the academy. He came to Iron Cloud. This was a small piece of information. King of Hell Chu, face unknown. He often wears a ferocious mask and a black robe. It is said that his name is Chu Yang, 22 years old. It is said that he is the disciple of Chi Chung Xen, the great scholar of Honghe. He is knowledgeable and resourceful, but not good at martial arts. He was recommended to Tai Butian and entered Butian Pavilion, another piece of information. King of Hell Chu, face unknown. He often wears a ferocious mask and a black robe. It is said that his name is Chu Yang, 21 years old. It is said that he is the disciple of a reclusive emperor-level master. Although he is young, he is already a martial great master. It is said that he is a martial arts genius. This was another piece of information. King of Hell Chu, face unknown. He often wears a ferocious mask and a black robe. It is said that his name is Chu Yang, 10 years old. He is the #1 general of the continent, Tai Long Cheng Yi. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He is Tai Butian's right-hand man. Tai Long Cheng hid him for more than 10 years. This was another piece of information. King of Hell Chu, face unknown. He often wears a ferocious mask and a black robe. It is said that his name is Chu Yang, the descendant of the Chu clan. He came out to gain experience and entered Butian Pavilion. In fact, this King of Hell Chu had more than 20 different backgrounds. This King of Hell Chu has more than 20 different backgrounds. Moreover, At the back of each piece of information, there were testimonies from witnesses. How could King Level Master Een not go crazy with anger when he heard such news? So many King of Helchus? Which one is real? Or was that document real? There is only one King of Helchu. This is the information you have compiled about King of Helchu? Een Wu Fa slapped the thick pile of information on the table. His voice was cold. Chapter 136. Chu Yang's seemingly useless trick had played its intended role at this moment. The whole matter had become complicated and confusing. This king-level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department felt as if he was having a big headache. Een Wu Fa's anger had reached its peak. He glared fiercely at the four people in front of him. He tried his best to gasp for breath, suppressing the rising killing intent in his heart. He was really a little worried. He was worried that if he couldn't control his temper, he would smash these four people into minced meat. You call this information? Isn't this playing with this king-level expert? You think that this information is all about the same person? Een Wu Fa's voice became very gentle in his anger. The four people were sweating and did not dare to sit down. They stood up with their heads down and lined up in a row as if they had committed a crime. Do you think that this king-level leader is so stupid that he thinks that a pile of dog poop is rice? Een Wu Fa's voice became colder and colder, like the cold wind from hell. Martial Brother Hui of Beyond the Heavens sect, a weak scholar under a great scholar, Martial Emperor's Martial Great Brother Hui, the #1 general, the Grand Duke of the Three Heavens Chu clan. Een Wu Fa counted with his fingers. These are all about this King Yen Chu. The four people's heads hung even lower. Raise your heads! Een Wu Fa shouted angrily. The four people reflexively raised their heads, and they only saw a shadow in front of them. Pa 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 pa. After a series of slaps, Een Wu Fa was back in his chair. The four Iron Horse riders' faces were red and swollen. They all gulped and swallowed the blood and teeth that came out of their mouths into their stomachs. At this moment, each person was slapped at least a dozen times. King-level leader, this King Yen Chu is really mysterious. The leader of the Iron Horse Riders gathered his courage and said with a trembling voice, "Even in Butian Pavilion, very few people know what he looks like." This information, he stammered. This information, we have already gone through the greatest amount of screening before. Shut up! Een Wu Fa was furious. The room was silent. This information is simply illogical, especially this Beyond the Heavens sex. King-level Master Een showed his superior wisdom at this time. Who is King of Helchu? He is resourceful, insidious, and cunning. He will do anything to achieve his goal. He is scheming and wise. Would such a person fight for a woman's affection and kill his own great master? King-level Master Een angrily said, "Are you all pigs?" How could he believe that? He actually placed this document at the very front. Do you think I'm a pig like you? Een Wu Fa grabbed the Chu Yan Return to Beyond the Heavens sect document and tore it to pieces. He rubbed it in his hand and threw it out. It hit the head of the leader of the Iron Horse Riders and bounced back 3 feet. Then it hit the head of another Iron Horse Rider. The other 2 were also hit by the ball of paper and fell to the ground. Their foreheads swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, making them look like 4 unicorns. King-level Master Yin's ability to control his power was truly shocking. King-level Master is wise. Gao Hui's vision is far greater than mine. The 4 of them bowed together. They all had some opinions in their hearts. The document from Beyond the Heavens sect was first-hand information. It was also the first document from King of Helchu. It was very reliable, so the four of them placed it at the very front. I did not expect that the first document to be rejected by king-level Master Ian would be this one. Get lost. Ian Wu Fa angrily said, When I get back, I will definitely investigate who sent you to Iron Cloud as spies. Someone who does not know how to read people's minds, who is so ignorant, who does not pay attention to strategy, actually sent you? You are so stupid that the sun and moon lose their light. How could you not die from your stupidity? Phut! The two revered martial artists on the side moved their lips. They really wanted to say, King-level Master, their direct superior is the command horse rider Zhou Gang, and Master Zhou is your right-hand man. If you investigate, you will find out that he is your subordinate. The four iron horse riders obviously thought of the same thing. Their lips moved, but who dared to say it? What do you want to say? Ian Wu Fa's face was ashen. Who is your direct superior? Which hall of the Night Hall? Speak. Golden Horse Riders Department 3rd Pavilion. Command Horse 2nd Division. Command Horse Group. The leader of the Iron Horse Riders trembled as he spoke. Golden Horse Riders Department 3rd Pavilion. Command Horse 2nd Division. Command Horse Group. Ian Wu Fa angrily said, When I go back, I will Halfway through his words, he remembered that Golden Horse Riders Department was divided into 4 pavilions. Each of the 4 king-level masters was in charge of one pavilion. The 3rd pavilion was under his command. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! King-level Master Ian wasn't young anymore. His skin had become thicker after so many years of experience. But he still felt his face turn red at this moment. He was angry, ashamed, and angry. So he kicked these guys out with a few bang sounds. He sat back in his chair, sulking. After a while, he slammed his fist on the table. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Gang, I will skin you alive. King-level Master, what should we do? A revered martial artist cautiously asked. These 2 people were Ian Wu Fa's right-hand men. Even though they were not masters, their enmity was close. They had followed Ian Wu Fa for many years. Because of their relationship, they spoke casually in front of Ian Wu Fa. Plus, they were all part of the 3rd pavilion, so this was an internal matter. I don't believe that this king of Hell Chu is so mysterious. Could it be that the people of Butian Pavilion don't know what their minister looks like? Ian Wu Fa immediately calmed down and said, Tomorrow I will go out and personally capture a traitor. I will punish him and beat him. Then I will know who this king of Hell Chu is. First, rest. Ian Wu Fa was silent for a while. Then he suddenly laughed and said, I can't believe that the root of all this is still me. What a joke. The 2 revered martial artists also laughed and said, King-level Master is concentrating on cultivation. These trivial matters are always handled by your subordinates. It is normal to overlook them. Even the other king-level experts may not know their subordinates well. This isn't a big deal. Moreover, our Golden Horse Riders Department is getting bigger and bigger. If the king-level experts want to know each and every one of them, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything else in this lifetime. King-level Master, you don't need to take it to heart. Haha, you are right. I was originally just an assassin leader. I only had 5 subordinates. Now, I have thousands of subordinates. I am really busy. Ian Wu Fa laughed self-deprecatingly and said, You guys should also go and rest. You must be tired after such a long journey. The 2 bowed at the same time and left the room. It was a quiet night. The next day, Ian Wu Fa left the inn early. He looked at the main gate of Butian Pavilion from a distance. He thought to himself, As long as one person wearing a mask comes out, I will immediately make my move. Who cares if it is him or not? Once I kill enough, there will be one. Who would have thought that from morning until noon, the main gate of Butian Pavilion was like a market. Countless people came in and out, but not a single one was wearing a mask. Moreover, As soon as they came out, they were in groups. It was obvious that they were very disciplined. Next to them, there were 2 barracks in a pincer formation. The defense of Butian Pavilion was indeed top-notch. Yin Wu Fa watched from a distance and felt that this was a difficult situation. It was like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. He had no idea where to start. He may be a king-level expert, but there is a limit to his strength. He may be powerful, but it is impossible for him to go against a well-disciplined army by himself. Moreover, it is obvious that if he were to make a move here, he would only need to shout and thousands of people would rush out from the 2 barracks and surround him. Even if he was a king-level master, if he was surrounded by the army, he would still die without a doubt. Yin Wu Fa looked at Butian Pavilion and could not make up his mind. If he really could not do it, he would go back to the inn and wait until nighttime to make his move. But before he came out, he had boasted in front of his 2 subordinates. If he went back like this, how could he keep his face? Moreover, the 2 of them were currently searching everywhere for a map of Butian Pavilion. In order to assassinate Chu Yen, they were very busy. Just as he was hesitating, King-level Master Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. From the main gate of Butian Pavilion, 2 people were walking out. One was empty-handed, and the other was carrying a gift box. They were hurrying toward him. It seemed like they were going to the outer city. The one walking in front was a young man in a black robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall and seemed to have some power. Although he was young, he was definitely the descendant of a high-ranking official. Ah, this kind of person must be a core member of Butian Pavilion. If I can capture him, won't all my problems be solved? Yin Wu Fa's eyes lit up. Truly, heaven never bars one's way. Chu Yang brought along Ku Hui from the Hall of Iron Blood as a follower. He was preparing to visit the people from the Heimo clan. Along the way, Chu Yang thought to himself, that king-level master of the Heimo clan seemed to have a good impression of me. Will there be any unexpected gains from this visit? As for the fact that they hurt Mo Qingwu, I will definitely settle the score. But before I settle the score, it is not bad to collect some interest. Regarding this trip, Chu Yang had already made up his mind. After going there, how to deal with them. Chu Yang already had a plan in mind. As long as I do this, I will be able to do that. Minister Chu couldn't wait to see the wonderful scene that he was imagining, so he took a big step forward. Naturally, he did not know that not far ahead, there was a king of hell waiting for him to turn around and force him to reveal the whereabouts of King Yen Chu. Of course, Yin Wu Fa would never have guessed that this seemingly weak young man in black was his main goal in coming to Iron Cloud, King of Hell Chu. As long as he could kill him, his mission would be complete. Instead, he was in high spirits as he saw King of Hell Chu walking towards him. He was planning in his heart, once I capture him, I'll ruthlessly punish him. I'll interrogate him about King of Hell Chu's whereabouts and the true situation. Then I'll kill him. Chapter 137. Yin Wu Fa was even more cautious as he hid his presence. Even though he was sure that this young man would not be able to detect him, he was used to being cautious as an assassin. Before he made a move, he was used to making sure everything was perfectly prepared. In front of them was a fork in the road. People were coming and going. It was very lively. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was not a good place to make a move. There were too many people. Even if he succeeded, people would see his face and put him on the wanted list. But in the eyes of an expert like Yin Wu Fa, this fork in the road was very dangerous. It was the best place to make a move. The more people there were, the better cover. Yin Wu Fa was completely confident that as long as he made a move, no one would be able to see him clearly. Therefore, Yin Wu Fa's body flashed, and he silently went to a corner of the fork in the road, waiting for the rabbit to appear. Ever since Chu Yang left, He faintly felt that something was not right. It was as if someone was secretly watching him, but it was very weak. Plus, there were many people watching Butian Pavilion every day. This kind of situation happened from time to time, so Chu Yang did not take it to heart. Sir, where are we going? Sha Dan, who was following behind as a follower, felt a little indignant. Fuck, I'm still a Hall of Steel Veins felon. Even if he's a relative of the royal family, as long as he's targeted by the King of Hell, I can still beat him to a pulp. Now, I have become the follower of a little brat who is still wet behind the ears. This is too hurtful to my pride. Don't talk too much. You just follow behind me. Chu Yang said casually. Right now he was inexplicably upset. The closer they got to the fork in the road, the more his heart pounded. Just as he was thinking about what was wrong, this guy suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Chu Yang's train of thought. This guy carried the gift box and lazily stood up. Invisibly, he was half a foot behind Chu Yang. Motherfucker, do you think you are some big shot? Seeing this arrogant young man turn the corner, the follower could only sigh and follow. No matter what, this was a task given to him by the minister. He could not be negligent. Who knew that as soon as he turned the corner, his mouth would open wide in shock. Oh my God! Where did that guy go? In front of his eyes, people were coming and going. The street was filled with people. But Chu Yang's shadow was nowhere to be seen. The little girl was dumbfounded. What should she do? Where did that creamy little fellow go? The attendant carried the gift box and stood in a daze at the intersection of the three forks of the street. He felt that his mind had stopped working. This guy is missing. How am I going to explain this to King of Hell Chu? Thinking of his miserable life after returning home, this guy suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. After being stunned for a while, he rushed into the crowd and asked everyone he saw, Have you seen a handsome young man in black? Chu Yang had just turned the corner when his vision suddenly darkened. A strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Then he suddenly felt that he couldn't move his body. A big hand grabbed his shoulder, and a copious amount of strength instantly surged into his limbs and bones. He couldn't even move his little finger in an instant. Only a desperate thought flashed through his mind. Oh no! He had been caught. Immediately after, he felt his body leave the ground and fly up. A person held him under his armpit. With a swoosh, he was in the air. When he came down again, he was already more than 10 feet away from the three-way junction. So fast! Such concealment! He must be a king-level master. No wonder he didn't notice the good news. At this time, only Diwuqin Ro's men came to catch him. Golden Horse Riders Department's men. Chu Yang calmly closed his eyes. He bitterly smiled in his heart. I still talk about playing with the world and reversing fate. Now that I've fallen into the enemy's hands, how can I have any hope of survival? It seems that I really have to die before my ambitions are fulfilled. Chu Yang only felt strange. Who betrayed me? I've been pretending to be mysterious for so long, and the effect has always been good. Why was I caught so accurately? He felt as if he was riding on a cloud. After a while, he felt that he had landed in an abandoned house. Bang! Chu Yang was thrown to the ground. He only felt that his whole body was relaxed. Except for the fact that he couldn't use his energy, he could already speak and move. How could this be? Why didn't they kill me? Chu Yang was very puzzled. According to the current situation, Golden Horse Riders Department should hate me to the bone. If they caught me, I'm afraid they would chop me into minced meat. In fact, they didn't even need to catch me. They only needed to kill me. But the current situation clearly showed that they wanted to ask questions. What's going on? While he was thinking, a thin face suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyebrows were ferocious, and his eyes were long and thin. His eyes emitted a cold light as he fiercely stared at Chu Yang's eyes. This person's appearance was too ugly. He looked like a zombie. However, the aura that the other person emitted told Chu Yang that this person was a top expert. At least his aura was much stronger than Tang Xanshan's aura. Moreover, his murderous aura was thick and sharp. His body had a cold aura. This was a top assassin. Moreover, he was a king-level assassin. Chu Yang's heart turned cold. The moment the other party showed up, he immediately guessed. This is probably one of the 4 king-level Gao Sheni of the 10 halls of Golden Horse riders, sent by Niu Qing, wrote to deal with me. Moreover, he is the one who is good at hiding and assassination. I was too careless. I shouldn't have been so careless. Little one, listen. I will ask you a question, and you will answer. As long as you cooperate, you will suffer less pain. Do you understand? King-level Master Yin looked at the little guy in front of him and revealed a cruel smile. At such a young age, you are already a martial artist. It seems that your family background is not bad, and your aptitude is not bad. However, under my command, how can a little first-grade martial artist struggle? Naturally, it will be easy to capture you. Huh. Chu Yang was surprised. Ask a question and answer a question? This is, do you still need to ask me after catching me? Chu Yang's heart churned. Suddenly, he was overjoyed. Could it be that this guy doesn't know who I am? Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly revealed a cowardly appearance. He said in a trembling voice, Senior, you, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know. I will tell you everything I know. Don't stutter. Yin Wu Fa unhappily scolded. Look at your cowardly appearance. Let me ask you, what is your surname? My surname is Chao. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He said in a trembling voice, My name is Chao Gua. I didn't ask for your name. Yin Wu Fa unhappily said, Let me ask you, is your Butian Pavilion's minister, Chu Yang, in Butian Pavilion right now? Minister? Chu Yang immediately calmed down and said, Minister is not here. May I ask why you are looking for Minister? To kill him. Yin Wu Fa snorted and closed in. He coldly said, If you are not obedient, I do not mind killing you first. Understood? Understood. Chu Yang repeatedly nodded. Now, tell me in detail about your king of Helchu. Yin Wu Fa glared. If there is even a little bit missing, take a look at this. Yin Wu Fa's hand gripped a hard bluestone. He exerted some force, and the hard bluestone turned into powder. The powder dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Can your head be stronger than this rock? He asked. I can't. Then tell me. Yin Wu Fa was very pleased with himself. He secretly praised himself for finding the right target. Looking at this little oily face, he was definitely not someone who could keep a secret. Sure enough, he was scared out of his wits just by scaring him. King of Helchu, King of Helchu. Sigh. King of Helchu is really not a good person. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with hatred as he said, That guy is not human. Too ruthless, too cruel, too inhumane. Oh, speaking of which, Minister Chu is a minister. He is very capable. No one in Butian Pavilion disagrees with this, but his teaching, Sigh, being under him is simply torture. Chu Tsong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yin Wu Fa coldly snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, Only with iron will one be able to create a first-class army. What does a pretty boy like you know about this kind of thing? He impatiently said, Get to the point. Yes, King of Helchu usually wears a mask and a loose black robe. We do not know what he looks like. He has always been very mysterious. Chu Yang secretly raised his head to look at Yin Wu Fa's face and said, That time I went in to deliver some information and I saw Minister Chu taking off his mask and fixing his hair. Oh, you really saw King of Helchu? Yin Wu Fa's spirit was lifted and he became even more spirited. Yes, King of Helchu's face was very thin, but his eyes were very spirited. Plus, his eyes always carried a sinister aura. It made people shudder when they looked at him. Chu Yang rolled his eyes as if he was trying his best to recall. But what he said was the appearance of the He-Mo King level leader. In Wu Fa rubbed his chin and concentrated. In an instant, the image of a cold, sinister, authoritative, calm and cruel leader formed in his mind. That's right. This is in line with the 3 words King of Hell Chu. How old was he? It's like this. Minister Chu always told us to spread false information, saying that he was around 20 years old or 18 years old to confuse the enemy. But that day, I was really scared out of my wits. Because Chu Yang wanted to say something, but stopped. Because what? Yin Wu Fa anxiously asked. It is really unbelievable. King of Hell Chu's real age seems to be at least 30 years old. Chu Yang revealed a contemplative expression, saying that he is 40 is also not wrong. That makes sense. Yin Wu Fa felt that he had discovered a big secret. His eyes flashed. He thought to himself, 17 or 18 years of age to have such achievements. Even an old man would not believe it. Do you really think that all geniuses are like Taibu Tian? Chapter 138. Plus, Minister Chu's face is always as cold as ice. It is as if the whole world owes him something. Chu Yang said, and Yin Wu Fa nodded. He always frowns, so there are 3 vertical lines between his eyebrows. Chu Yang described the appearance of the He-Mo King level leader in great detail. Yin Wu Fa felt the same way. He was in charge of Butian Pavilion, and he had to fight against Golden Horse Riders Department, which was not on the same level. It would be strange if he did not frown. Even though the pressure was not as great as Yin Wu Fa's, he still frowned a lot. Yin Wu Fa unconsciously reached out and touched his own eyebrows. He is not very tall, but because he is thin, he looks tall to others. Chu Yang continued, when does he usually come out? Or when does he come to Butian Pavilion? Yin Wu Fa interrupted him. What Chu Yang said was enough for him to recognize King of Hell Chu at a glance. What he needed now was King of Hell Chu's work schedule and rest schedule. Minister Chu appears and disappears like a ghost. Normally, we do not know when he is around and when he is not around. Chu Yang said honestly, this was the truth. That's right. Yin Wu Fa thought, without a sense of security, only an idiot would show up every day. What is King of Hell Chu's cultivation level? This. I don't know. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said, but from the colding energy that Minister Chu's body often exudes, it seems that Minister Chu knows martial arts. Moreover, his martial power is not low. He should be a high-level martial artist. Speaking till here, Chu Yang's face suddenly filled with anger. So many people are saying that Minister Chu doesn't know any martial arts and is just a weak scholar. Senior, you don't know, but every time I hear such words, I want to slap the face of the person who said them. I also want to slap their faces a few times. Yin Wu Fa thought to himself, a weak scholar without martial arts can control Butian Pavilion to fight against Diwu Qing Ro? Even if his martial arts are low, he cannot do it. Motherfucker, did you read too many novels? Do you think he is Diwu Qing Ro? Diwu Qing Ro was the only one in the entire continent in the last 10,000 years. But one thing is for sure, Minister Chu rarely stays in Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang continued to tell his big lie. At the same time, he ordered the sword spirit to control his own heartbeat and pulse. He could not let this terrifying person in front of him see any clues. It had to be said that the sword soul did this to make the best use of everyone's talents. At the same time, the sword soul had to think of a way to recover his martial power, although his martial power would not be of much use in front of such an expert, As long as he recovered his martial power, he would have the confidence to escape. Then where is he usually? Yin Wu Fa frowned. This increased the difficulty. He did not expect this king of Hell, Chu, to be so mysterious. Apart from a few trusted aides, very few people know where Minister Chu usually goes. Chu Yang seemed to be racking his brain to think. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Yin Wu Fa seemed to feel that he had already squeezed the value out of this little guy. His eyes unconsciously emitted a murderous aura. Let me recall, that hall master Cheng once mentioned something about Nin. Chu Yang tried his best to think. I beg you, please don't kill me. I can definitely think of something. Quickly think. Yin Wu Fa was elated. This king of hell, Chu really knows how to find a place. An inn is a place where the good and the bad mix together. People come and go without end. If king of hell Chu moves frequently, he is a great hermit hiding in the city. Not bad. Brilliant. Let me think. It seems to be some kind of door. Chu Yang frowned. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. The sword soul was already trying to break through the last barrier. Once this barrier was broken through, Chu Yang would be able to recover his martial power. What kind of door is it? Yin Wu Fa asked angrily. What kind of door is it? Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be thinking very hard. Under the sword soul's efforts, the king level master's energy seal was broken through. I remember now. Chu Yang shouted. He was very happy. What kind of door? Quickly say it. Yin Wu Fa was so happy that he could not help but move forward. The door in your mother's pants. Chu Yang roared and jumped up. His left hand was full of energy, and his right index finger was the tip of the tribulation sword. This was absolutely unexpected. Yin Wu Fa would never have thought that this tongue, who was so cooperative with his questions and answers, would suddenly recover his strength at this critical moment. Everything was under his control, and even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape. But all of a sudden, something unexpected happened. How could a little martial artist like him break through a king-level master's energy seal? How could it be so strange? But Yin Wu Fa did not have time to think about these questions, because Chu Yang's attack was very close. It only took a slight movement for it to reach him. Yin Wu Fa only felt a huge force coming at him. It was actually a strong wind. At the same time, he felt an extreme sense of danger from Chu Yang's right hand. His opponent was clearly barehanded. With this kind of martial power, even if he stood still and let him hit him, he would not be injured. Why did he feel such an extreme sense of danger? Although he could not figure it out, Yin Wu Fa instinctively leaned his body to the side. His waist formed an iron bridge in an instant. The back of his head was almost touching the ground. Chu Yang's attack was too fast. The distance between the two was also very fast. Plus, Yin Wu Fa was caught off guard. It was impossible to completely dodge. Therefore, Yin Wu Fa chose to meet the attack head-on. But this time he deliberately moved away from Chu Yang's right hand. He was afraid that there was a strange weapon there that could harm him. This was an assassin's intuition. Yin Wu Fa always trusted his intuition. This intuition saved his life at this critical moment. Bang! Chu Yang's left hand did not hold back and hit Yin Wu Fa's dantian. The tip of the tribulation sword in his right hand also slashed across Yin Wu Fa's chest. Blood spurted out. Chu Yang's left hand struck down. He only felt a huge force coming from Yin Wu Fa's dantian. His 2 feet kicked off the ground. Borrowing the force of the counterattack, his whole body floated up. In a flash, he was on top of the wall. His 2 feet kicked off the wall, and his body shot out like an arrow. Chu Yang did not expect this sneak attack to kill a king-level master. He only wanted to delay him for a moment. His feet used all of his strength to stomp on the wall. The tiles on the wall flew up, bringing with them a cloud of dust. The black tiles flew toward Yin Fa. At this moment, Chu Yang's body had already jumped off the wall and was running for his life. Yin Fa roared. His body suddenly straightened. Just as he was about to jump up, he felt a pain in his dantian. He quickly took a step back. Although he was furious, he could only take a step back. Chu Yang's left hand had hit Yin Fa's dantian. With Yin Fa's martial power, there should not have been any damage. But this palm with all his strength had blocked the flow of internal energy in his dantian. It was just a momentary gap. Just a momentary gap. And Chu Yang had only asked for a momentary gap. That was why he did not hit his chest or his head. He knew it was useless. The difference between the two sides was too great. There was a difference of 40 to 50 levels. Only the dantian could have such an effect. After taking a step back, his dantian immediately returned to normal. Yin Fa looked up to the sky and roared. In his fury, he no longer cared about hiding his body. He directly soared into the sky like a black cloud and flew away. I have to catch up to this little bastard. Bastard! The tiles and dust hit his body. Yin Fa closed his eyes and ignored them. He rushed through them. The tiles hit his body and bounced off. Yin Fa was so angry that he went crazy. This little ant dared to injure my king-level body. If this can be tolerated, what cannot be tolerated? Feeling the pain in his chest, blood continued to flow out. But with the circulation of his internal energy, it gradually slowed down. Yin Fa's hatred and anger reached the heavens. At the same time, he was scared. His opponent had almost killed him. The wound was very deep. He could almost feel the pain in his chest and ribs. It had cut through his muscles and injured his ribs. If he had not dodged fast enough, he would have been cut in half. If a king-level master of his generation died under the sneak attack of a martial artist, it would be a big joke. He almost went down in history. Since ancient times, such a thing had never happened. He, a king-level master, had almost become the initiator of the biggest joke in history. He was a participant, but he was also the one being ridiculed. Thinking of this, Yin Fa was so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself. At the same time, he felt strange. His body, even if the strongest man in the army swung his saber, would only leave a white mark. What did this guy use to injure him? He obviously did not have a weapon in his hand. If I don't kill him, I, Yin Fa, am not a man. Yin Fa viciously swore. After flying for dozens of feet, he did not find the little bastard's shadow. Yin Fa's body turned, and he suddenly soared into the sky. People on the street came and went. When they suddenly saw someone flying, it caused a commotion. They could not help but look up. Yin Fa ignored the strange gazes of the people on the street. He allowed the blood to drip from his chest. He looked up and down. He saw Chu Yang's black, robed figure. He was sticking close to the bottom of every wall. It was as if he was running in a panic. When a person is in a difficult situation, they can use their full potential. In this short period of time, Chu Yang had actually run more than 1,000 feet. No wonder he did not see him. He was sticking close to the wall. Bastard, give me your life. Yin Fa roared. His body was like a giant eagle diving for its prey. He shot down from the sky like lightning. Chu Yang did not look back. He did not make a sound and continued to run. Chapter 139. Yin Fa's method was very damaging to his body, and it also shook his internal organs. This was a taboo, but how could Yin Fa care about the taboo right now? What shaking? I don't care. Kill, kill, kill. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. This little brat must be killed. As long as I kill this little brat, I will shake him 100 times. In Wu Fei's hatred had reached an unimaginable level. Not only was there hatred, but there was also shame and lingering fear. Faintly, there was also a trace of greed. This little hand must have a divine weapon that far surpassed the divine weapons of the secular world. Otherwise, how could he have hurt me? As long as I kill him, that divine weapon will be mine. With my martial power and that divine weapon, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Taking a deep breath, In Wu Fei's body once again soared into the sky. He chose a direction and chased in a straight line. He only regretted one thing. Why didn't he have any hidden weapons? However, even if I have hidden weapons, I can't let this abominable fellow die so easily. I want him to suffer the cruelest torture in the world before he dies. I want him to beg for death. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. In Wu Fei was chasing without regard for anything. But Chu Yang was also desperately running for his life. Chu Yang was madly running, specifically choosing a tricky path. He constantly changed directions. Even if the meridians in his body were messed up, he did not care. Close. Cloud Gate Inn. As long as I can reach this place, I will only need to reach the Cloud Gate Inn. Then my painstaking preparations will be effective. Chu Yang felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His eyes had already turned blood red. Under such a terrifying pursuit, Chu Yang's speed and stamina were pushed to the limit in an instant. Then he maintained this speed and ran for his life. The one chasing him was a king-level master. While running for his life, Chu Yang only had one thought in his mind. I want to become strong. 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 I don't want to be chased and killed. I want to chase and kill others. I want to become strong. No matter if it is a king-level master or an emperor-level master, no one can chase after me. Chu Yang's speed was astonishingly increased by another level under his strong will. Behind him, in the sky, there was a sudden sound. A huge pressure suddenly enveloped him. Chu Yang roared. His body suddenly turned, and he maintained his speed to the limit. He suddenly drew a curve and ran straight ahead. With a loud bang, a big hole was left in the ground behind him. The soil that was stirred up almost fell on Chu Yang's body. 10 feet in front of him was the Cloud Gate Inn. Chu Yang rushed forward and quickly took out a black mask and put it on his head. Booming Wu Fei took another step forward. He was now only 15 meters away from Chu Yang. At this distance, with In Wu Fei's martial power, he could injure someone from a distance. In Wu Fei took a deep breath. His skinny face actually emitted a faint purple-gold luster. His right palm pulled back, and then suddenly shot out. A sharp whistling sound was emitted from his palm. Wherever the palm wind touched, faint white smoke appeared. He had used all his strength in this palm strike. Chu Yang only felt that the entire space seemed to have frozen under this attack. He was less than 50 feet away from the Cloud Gate Inn, but this distance was like a heavenly moat. His meridians were already empty, without a shred of strength. At this critical moment, the tribulation sword vibrated. The 7 shades cold energy that it had absorbed at Beyond the Heavens sect suddenly rushed into Chu Yang's meridians without reservation. Chu Yang roared. He turned his hand and shot out a palm strike. His body suddenly leaned to the side, and he suddenly jumped into the air. As long as I can block it and use the momentum, I will be pushed over. As long as I don't die, everything will be fine. I hope that those bastards are at the inn right now. He thought of Qin Yutong's information. The masked men in black were at the inn. That was why Chu Yang decided to come today. Qin Yutong, oh Qin Yutong, your information can't be false at such a critical moment. If you drop the chain again today, I will be done for. Chu Yang was praying at the same time. With a bang, 2 powerful forces collided in the air. Chu Yang let out a loud shout. He only felt a violent and ferocious primordial energy shatter his cold energy into pieces and scatter in the air. His back felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His vision blurred, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat. Then his body was hit, and he fell down like a cloud. With a plop, he fell into the cloud gate inn. With such a big commotion on the street, the people of the Hayamo clan in the cloud gate inn naturally noticed. 2 revered martial artists stepped out of the door to check. Chu Yang's body suddenly came crashing over. Caught off guard, Chu Yang was dressed in black with his face covered. The 2 of them instinctively thought that he was one of them. They both reached out to catch him. Poof! The 3 of them fell to the ground at the same time. The 2 revered martial artists turned pale with fright. With such a force, the 2 of them were actually knocked down. What's more, he was forced to come in by someone. Then, what level of skill did the person who beat him have? After being caught by the 2 of them, most of the force on Chu Yang's back was transferred to the 2 of them. Before he could get up from the ground, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "King Level Master, run! A strong enemy is attacking." After he finished screaming, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat. His body was on the verge of collapse. When he shouted, "King Level N," these 2 words were shouted in a very rough manner. In other people's ears, it sounded like, "Hurry up and leave. A strong enemy is coming to attack." In the blink of an eye, Yin Wu Fei's figure flashed in the air like a demon god. With a sudden leap, he arrived here. His eyes swept over the area, and he was surprised to find the words, "Cloud Gate Inn." Suddenly, he had a thought. King of Hell Chu is here. What door? Could it be that this little guy is not lying? He risked his life to come here to inform me? But you are too silly. You tipped me off, but you also lured me over to Omega and the sum of the 2. Then he heard the words, "King Level Master, run. A strong enemy is attacking." He could not help but feel happy. His previous gloominess was swept away. He majestically shouted, "Run? Where do you think you are going? Leave your lives behind." The 2 men in black jumped up as soon as they fell down. Seeing Chu Yang shout and hearing Yin Wu Fei's arrogant voice, they were furious. Their hatred for a common enemy rose up in a split second. They stood up to block Yin Wu Fei and coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Why, because your mother." Yin Wu Fei was furious. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The 2 revered martial artists of the Hayamo clan had always been arrogant in the 3 heavens. When had they ever been scolded like this? Now that they were sure that this sinister man in black was an enemy, they all cursed and attacked at the same time. Yin Wu Fei's eyes brightened. "Revered martial artist?" "Yes, this is King of Hell Chu's hiding place. There are 2 revered martial artists protecting him." He laughed and began to fight with the 2 men. As the 3 men fought, the wind blew and cut their faces. The 2 revered martial artists were not weak, but compared to Yin Wu Fei, they were much weaker. Almost as soon as the battle started, they were at a disadvantage. They were completely suppressed by Yin Wu Fei, a king-level master. The 2 men were shocked. The enemy was so strong. No wonder their companion wanted the king-level master to run. They quickly shouted as they fought. Whoosh! 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 2 revered martial artists appeared at the same time. Seeing the 3 men fighting and their companion on the verge of death, they did not hesitate to attack. 1 man. More people. Yin Wu Fei laughed wildly. "So what if you have more people? If I don't kill all of you today, I swear I am not a human. A bunch of shameful bastards daring to stop me. What a joke!" The revered martial artists attacked with all their strength. One of them angrily asked, "Who are you?" They thought that only the Mo clan could mobilize such a king-level expert in such a short time. Their men had just ambushed Mo Qingyu and the little princess of the Mo clan. This person would definitely come for revenge. Yin Wu Fei angrily snorted, "I am the one who wants your lives. Kill." The two revered martial artists became angry and attacked even more fiercely. However, Inwu Fa was a first-grade king level master, and they were only revered martial artists. Even if they went all out, they were not his match. Inwu Fa happily laughed and attacked again. With two bangs, the two revered martial artists were thrown away like embroidered balls. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood spurted out from their mouths. They had almost lost their lives after one attack. At this moment, the other four people's eyes turned red, and they attacked with all their might. They did not care about their own life or death. Inwu Fa disdainfully said, "You are just a grain of rice. Why are you still not calling out to you? All of you, stop!" A cold voice rang out. Immediately, a person appeared at the entrance of the inn. He had a thin figure and a thin face. His eyes were very spirited. Moreover, there was a sinister aura in his eyes, causing people to tremble in fear. His face seemed to be covered with frost. At this moment, he was frowning. In between his eyebrows, there were 3 clear wrinkles. This person looked like he was 30 years old, 10 years old, or even 50 years old. At this moment, this person had his hands behind his back. His sinister eyes emitted a sharp light as they stared at Inwu Fa's body. They were like 2 poisonous snakes that had locked onto their target. Inwu Fa raised his head to look. His whole body shook. He suddenly remembered Chu Yang's words. Thin, sinister eyes, full of frost, and 3 vertical wrinkles between his eyebrows. Moreover, this person was just standing there, and he was filled with a sense of power. Naturally, he had the aura of 1,000 soldiers. This was the aura of a person in a high position. Only those who are in control of life and death would have this kind of aura. Only this kind of person, with this kind of demeanor and bearing, could rule Butian Pavilion and oppose Diu Qingro, a matchless hero of the world. Only this kind of cruel and merciless person would go on a killing spree. Inwu Fa's eyes emitted a cruel light. This was his biggest goal in coming to Iron Cloud. King of Halchu, you have finally appeared. Wahahaha, I have finally found you. After working overtime, I finally managed to gather enough for today's draft. The remaining 2 automatically left at 10 o'clock in the evening to celebrate my birthday. For today, I worked overtime for 2 days and 2 nights to come up with this draft. I did not want to break my promise to everyone. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.